that's going to lead to pessimism. People are going to burn out. People are going to say, why keep trying? Why am I doing this? Or they'll stick in the headbanging crowd and keep persisting to no avail. I'll admit I've done my fair share of headbanging over the years. I ran for the U.S. Senate at one point. It was an interesting experience. 2 years later, I ran for the U.S. Congress. I thought, this is where the rot is. This is where the corruption is. We got to get good people in the belly of the beast. And I saw people who were heroes of mine, like Ron Paul, what he did over 30 years in Congress, Rand Paul, Thomas Massey, the late but still living Justin Amash, who I still respect, even if, and would love to see him doing something again one of these days. But I also learned what it meant and what it means for our national political adversaries to have access to a money printer. I mean, they can literally, when you're running in a race, these big federal races that require millions and millions and millions of dollars to compete, there's only so much you can do with grassroots fundraising when your adversaries literally can print trillions of dollars out of thin air, appropriate it to all their special interest friends, and then have it cycle back to their PACs and political parties and their campaigns through this giant money printing, money laundering operation. As Liberty candidates, we are at a real disadvantage when it comes to these federal races. And if that's all I had tried to do, I probably would be burnt out and pretty pessimistic. And I still here at PorcFest, I'll have people who come up to me, ask me about my experiences there, and they tell me, I'm thinking about running for federal office. I'm thinking about running for the United States Senate. I'm thinking about running for the U.S. Congress. And teach their own. I don't want to tell people what to do. They have to learn those lessons the hard way like I did. Go for it. But what I will say is, unless every single elected official that represents you, from the local level to the state level, is great and wonderful, then you need to start there first. I've seen a lot of good activists, a lot of good liberty people. The first thing they do is they want to run for U.S. Senate. And these people would have been fantastic state representatives, fantastic state senators, fantastic local selectmen, local city councilors. But where are they now? They burnt out, they left, they walked away angry, they walked away pessimistic that anything could ever change, because they focused first on the thing that was so big they could not control, rather than taking the smaller opportunities that are available to make practical, real change in the here and now. So thankfully, I have had some experience of making actual change in the areas I could affect. I did run and win 3 terms in the Maine State Senate. I was able to use grassroots mobilization strategies to make pro-liberty reforms in more than a few policy areas. In politics, I've seen how and where we can win, where we can make change, but sadly for the Pine Tree State of Maine, a state that I love with people that I still very much love and care for and wish nothing but the best for, and I wish every day for the restoration of their freedoms and liberties, there just was not enough of us. There was not enough of us to change the trajectory of the entire state, which is a real shame. I think that something is particularly wonderful about the New England libertarian tradition. I think so. There's something about the way it's rooted in the history of the spirit of 1776. And I find that 1776 libertarian spirit, I find it in many people in Maine. I'm sure there's many libertarians in Vermont who have that spirit. Many in Massachusetts who have that spirit. But the challenge is that in New England, there is also a parallel ideology, which the great Andrew Heaton, I think, has argued persuasively is, in some perverse ways, directed descendantly from the Puritanism of New England, though in a supposedly more secular nature, and it's kind of this woke progressivism. embodied by people like Elizabeth Warren. And the sad thing is that progressive statism philosophy, that tyrannical, Puritan, progressive philosophy, has overtaken and crushed the 1776 spirit as a governing philosophy in Maine, in Vermont, in Massachusetts, and pick your New England state. Pick your state in the Northeast. You'll find that's the governing philosophy there, stealing people's money, crushing their liberties, reducing their ability to pursue their own happiness, as our Declaration of Independence promised we were supposed to be free to do. There's something unique, however, about New Hampshire. That spirit of 1776 is still here, like all states in New England. You can find it, but only here is it a governing philosophy. Can you find it running the majority party of the New Hampshire House of Representatives? And increasingly resurgent in even the New Hampshire State Senate, which has been always a tough nut to crack. The Free State Project has helped to tip the scale in that direction. I think that sometimes we don't give enough credit in the Free State movement to all the native libertarians who are already here. I think we should remember that New Hampshire was selected as the destination for the Free State movement for a number of factors, and one of those factors was the strong libertarian culture and ethic that was already here, which was exemplified by the fact that there was a fairly libertarian governor at the time who specifically invited the Free State Project to come to New Hampshire. More libertarians come into our state to beat back the tides of this Massachusetts woke progressivism. A lot of people thought that sounded pretty great. And I meet a lot of people, a lot of native libertarians, all the time who say, we're so glad that you're here to be the reinforcements to stop them from massing up New Hampshire. The folks of the Free State movement, those who have moved here in concentrated numbers, have relocated by the thousands, libertarians to this state, committed to exercising, according to our statement of intent, to exert the fullest practical effort towards the creation of a society in which the maximum role of civil government is the protection of individuals' life, liberty, and property. You have to be at least as radical as John Locke and Thomas Jefferson. And, you can go all the way to Murray Rothbard if you want, or further. But, at very least, every participant in the Free State movement in good standing is someone who is committed to no more government than that. Government that protects our liberties, not tramples our liberties. Government that protects our property, not stealing our property. Government that protects our life, not stealing our children and sending them off to die in undeclared foreign wars. Since 2010, when Free Staters and Native Libertarians began winning election in significant numbers to the State House, New Hampshire has led the nation on gun rights, tax abolition, education freedom, right to try, occupational licensing reciprocity, election integrity, nano breweries, civil asset forfeiture abolition, sound money, cryptocurrency, homesteading, privacy rights, and numerously more areas to expand the spheres of individual freedom and responsibility to pursue your own happiness. That's why New Hampshire is consistently being ranked the #1 for freedom in the country and in North America. And that's not to say that the work is complete. There's a lot more liberty to win and a lot more liberty to restore. But, right, what's the old saying? Like, you don't have to be faster than the bear, you just have to be faster than the slowest person running from the bear. There's a lot of slow states behind us, some inching towards liberty in ways that are encouraging, and a lot running right towards the bear for some reason. And they say libertarians have bear problems. And it's not just the liberties that we can win and restore as far as state-level policies in terms of defeating state-level tyrannies. Of course, we want to fight the federal tyrannies as well. And I want to do all that I can to dispel the illusion that the only way to do that is to run people for Congress, run people for the U.S. Senate. It is great when we get people there, don't get me wrong. And I certainly hope that in the long run, the free state of New Hampshire will produce the Bernie Sanders of libertarianism. Just as Vermont has become in Vermont, Bernie Sanders has become the mascot for socialism, largely due to what was kind of a socialist state project that took place in the 60s and 70s, where socialists relocated to Vermont and transformed that state from a rock-ribbed Republican state to one of the most socialist states in the country, where they can do policy experiments with socialism and export them around the country. It's kind of crazy to think about that they did that decades before the Free State Project was a thing, and it worked. The difference, of course, is, right, we're here to restore what New Hampshire has always been about. We are the live free or die state, after all. We are the state that sparked the American Revolution and the Pine Tree Riots. We are the state, we're in our state constitution, we are the only state with the right to revolution, to overthrow governments that no longer represent the people and protect our liberties. We're not transforming New Hampshire, we're restoring New Hampshire, and I think that's very important for us to communicate. But to contest the national tyrannies, New Hampshire is also flexing the 10th Amendment power to nullify unconstitutional federal laws and leading the way on this. From gun control to National Guard deployment to undeclared wars, in the end, I believe the nullification strategy, undermining the support beams of the imperial system from the state level, and let's be clear, the Constitution is still designed around a federal structure. Even if the federal government doesn't act that way anymore, they are dependent on the tacit consent of the states. And it's important to recognize, we may not have the power and the ability to change Washington, D.C. from the inside, but we can certainly erode the power structure from underneath by pulling out those support beams, by saying, we are not going to allow your gun control laws to be enforced within our borders. We are going to fight back when you tax us for unconstitutional purposes. We are going to fight back when you try to take our sons and daughters and spend them off in the wars that Congress will not declare. And so many other ways we can fight back using the power of our state sovereignty and the 10th Amendment to push back against this uncontrollable empire. I believe in the end, in the long run, perhaps over the course of the next decade, this nullification strategy will, in part thanks to New Hampshire, will demonstrate itself as undeniably more effective than the direct headbanging strategy that so many libertarians have been engaged in for the last half century. Not only has the politics of New Hampshire been transformed and restored, but the culture has moved further towards liberty as free state communities have proliferated across the state with clubhouses, potlucks, rucking groups, crypto meetups, homeschooling and homesteading networks, and various hobbyist groups. As the free state libertarians on the direct and indirect political paths cut down statist institutions, those on community building paths are building parallel institutions based on voluntarism to stand in their place and fulfill the needs that the state once claimed only their monopolies could serve. That's why 19 months ago I decided it was undeniable, and I started to feel like I was banging my head in the state of Maine. And I announced I was leaving the Maine Senate to join the Free State Project here in New Hampshire, because it seemed to me to be, and I still believe this to be true, the most practical and revolutionary service I could perform to help restore liberty in our lifetime. For 10 years, I've watched the liberty grow across the border, while only the state seemed to grow more powerful in Maine, with a few pockets of liberty victories here and there. And for the Free State Project, our mission is liberty in our lifetime. So, to those who are here as active participants in the Free State movement, who've either made the move or native libertarians who share the vision of the free state that we're building, thank you for being a part of it. I would love to have you help further in other ways, either as a patron of the Free State Project, chipping in some time to help us with our year-round efforts to bring more people in, or as a volunteer, helping us to promote, outreach, invite, welcome, and engage folks from the libertarian diaspora, the 3 million libertarians out there. Many of you don't even know yet that the Free State Project exists, or they've heard about it at one point, but they think it's something that died out 10 years ago. I hear that for some reason. I don't know how much louder we can shout about the progress that's going on here, but we'll keep shouting even louder. We've got to promote to those folks. We've got to outreach to them. We've got to invite them to come to events like PorcFest and Liberty Forum. In fact, I want to do a lot more anchor events next year that are opportunities for people to come and visit the Free State and experience the communities here. We have to help them make their move and welcome them when they arrive, and we have to help them engage and participate in the community that we're all building. Because it's not just enough to come and passively be a libertarian. We don't want complainers, we want builders. We don't want people who are going to sit passively by and wait for other people to do the work. We want people who are ready to roll up their sleeves and say, I'm here to be a pioneer. I'm here to help build the Free State. And I will say, I do see oftentimes online, there are individuals who say, oh, you say New Hampshire's the Free State. Well, what about this little piece of tyranny that hasn't been slain yet? I'm not going to move until you take care of that. You're telling me that you're going to wait for other people to do the work for you? We're a movement that's built on people who came here ready to roll up their sleeves and do the hard work and build something together. A free state for libertarians, a libertarian homeland, a laboratory of democracy, where we can take all the ideas that exist in the mind of Murray Rothbard and Milton Friedman and many of the great libertarian theoreticians that only existed in the realm of ideas for so many decades. Here in New Hampshire, we're leading on putting a lot of those ideas into effect. There's been a decades-long war for education freedom and school choice, building on the ideas of Milton Friedman. Just this past month, universal school choice was passed and signed into law, a death blow to the monopoly school system. No longer will the government schools have the monopoly on your kid's mind. All parents will be empowered to take a chunk of their taxpayer money back and use it to educate their kids as they see fit, whether it's through private schools or homeschooling or maybe even just a different public school. Whatever options are right for their kid. Now in New Hampshire, we are creating an actual marketplace for education where one did not exist before. And it's not only is it a pretty radical idea, it's a common sense idea. And we're going to be seeing the fruits of that experiment in the years to come. Thank you to all who have been a part of that decade-long struggle. Our mission is liberty in our lifetime. I invite you to help us build it as a patron, as a volunteer. Maybe even if you live in Rhode Island and you can't make the move, you can be a patron of the Free State Project. You can help support what we're doing. Get a nice little, I don't have it on me, Porcupine patron lapel pin we give to thank folks for helping with this. Or you can spread the word. You can tell people, I just came back from PorcFest. And it's amazing to see what's being built in New Hampshire. It's amazing the libertarian community that exists, the wins that are happening, and invite them to come to PorcFest next year or any of the many events that are going on in New Hampshire all year round. All of this has happened in New Hampshire. To any libertarian still living in pessimism, I think you've been out in the wilderness a little bit too long, and I've been there. I think it's time to spend some more time seeing what's being built here and to cure that pessimism and to become a libertarian optimist again. I think that this movement, the Free State movement, should give all libertarians optimism about what's possible with an effective strategy to concentrate our numbers, to build local community, to challenge the state, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Those are my remarks. We have 25 minutes. I would love to have a conversation with anyone here. Questions, please come up to the microphone. Feel free to ask me anything. We can talk about the Free State Project. You can ask me about my past political experiences, whatever you like. Hey, how you doing? Man I keep seeing everywhere, like on the Tom Woods cruise, and is also joining me at Ron Paul's 90th birthday in Texas in August. Good to see you.
You too. Your list of things where New Hampshire is moving the needle, leading the nation, that was inspiring, because there are some things there people may not know about or think about when we think about, oh, another libertarian candidate lost an election. But one other thing I wanted to say, your analogy about running from the bear, and some people are running toward the bear. I don't know if you're a college athletics enthusiast or not, but the University of California, their mascot is the Bruin, a bear. What a coincidence.
Good point. Good point. We should write a book called A Maine Progressive Walks into a Bear. That's the California bear flag as they adopt all their crazy policies.
Yeah.
My condolences to Noka, who is a refugee from California. We're so glad you escaped the 49th worst state for freedom in America. By the way, does anyone know what the 50th worst free state for freedom is? No, not Washington, not Illinois.
Hawaii?
What's that? No, not Hawaii, not Oregon.
Vermont?
Ding, ding, ding. It's the Empire State, very appropriately named. We're the Free State, they're the Empire State. We're number 1, they're number 50. They're pretty bad. I mean, we'll see when the next Freedom in the 50 States Index comes out if others have managed to do worse than them.
Thanks for all that you do.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate it. And by the way, that list, I was up early this morning. I was looking at libertywins.org, where someone, I'm sure multiple people have been cataloging all the liberty wins in New Hampshire over the many years. I was personally like reading through it, and I was like, one of the wins was like, Senator Eric Brakey announced he's leaving Maine and moving to New Hampshire. I was like, well, that's cool. They thought that was a win. That's kind of cool. I think the practical freedoms are even better. But Representative Granger.
Thank you, Senator. I have a question about CD2 in Maine. Do they want to join us in New Hampshire?
There are rumors. Some rumors that I've started going. This is an idea, and maybe it's a crazy radical idea. Maybe it's something that is politically very logistically challenging. But I take inspiration from what I see going on in several other states. We're just at the New Hampshire Liberty Forum this year. We welcomed to New Hampshire the executive director of a movement called the Greater Idaho Movement. And this is folks in eastern Oregon who have their own Portland problem. And they are being dominated by Portland, Oregon progressivism in their state legislature, and they've had their gun rights stripped away, they're having their freedom stripped away, they're having their paychecks stripped away. And county by county, they have voted to break away and join Idaho. And the Idaho state legislature has voted to say, yes, we would love to have you. The obstacle is that you need the state government of Oregon to consent to it, and they don't want to release their hostages. So it's a bit of a hostage negotiation situation. At Liberty Forum, there was a dialogue about how could you resolve this? I think maybe the best idea that people came up with is, have you tried being even more obnoxious? Maybe to the point where they just say, go, leave, we don't want to be associated with you anymore. Maybe LPNH could give them some notes. But it's interesting, right? And that conversation is not just happening in eastern Oregon, that is also happening in Southern Illinois, they're trying to break away and join Idaho. And I will say, coming from Maine, there is a similar split between northern Maine and southern Maine. And the 2nd District of Maine, which includes Oxford County, which is on the New Hampshire border, the 2nd District of Maine has been increasingly disenfranchised over the last 6 years by the ruling Democrat leftist majorities that control the House, the Senate, and the executive branch, as they have instituted voting laws. Like, I know libertarians can have different thoughts on things like ranked choice voting, but here's the simple fact. I'm not even like the biggest fan of some of the policies that this Republican congressman supported, but the 2nd District of Maine had a Republican congressman. His name was Bruce Poliquin. And the 1st District of Maine pushed through something the 2nd District of Maine rejected on ranked choice voting for electing congressmen, and there's only one race that has ever changed the outcome in Maine. The 2nd District, which rejected this policy, had their congressman removed by this policy and replaced by a Democrat. So people feel very upset about that. On top of that, the 2nd District of Maine has voted for Donald Trump now 3 election cycles in a row. And Maine has something, does something unique in terms of splitting its electoral college votes by congressional district, which was all well and good. Nobody objected until they started voting for Donald Trump. And then all of a sudden, the Democrats want to, and have passed, putting Maine into the National Popular Vote Compact, where it doesn't matter how the Maine people vote. If the people of New York City and Los Angeles and Chicago and the population centers all vote and put in a vote for a particular candidate, then even if the people of Maine vote for the different candidate, their electoral college votes would go to the person they didn't vote for. Crazy, right? I think it's pretty crazy, but it was clearly people trying to disenfranchise the 2nd District that kept voting for someone they found obnoxious and intolerable. And then on top of that, you even had the Democrat Secretary of State, Shenna Bellows, who is now running for governor, who was one of the folks who tried to take away their choice completely and remove Donald Trump from the ballot. And look, I'm a big critic of Donald Trump. I did vote for him in this election. I've been very critical of him, very disappointed with him in recent weeks, especially with what's happening with Iran. I pull no punches in my criticisms of our current president. But gosh darn it, like, the people should have the freedom to vote for who they want to vote for. And that should not be taken away by the progressives who run the state from the 1st District. And so there are a lot of real wedges that are dividing these 2 regions of Maine. And the people of the 2nd District of Maine are as freedom-loving, as Constitution-loving, who have that 1776 spirit in them, as much as, in large swaths, as much as so many of the people who I know here in New Hampshire. And I don't see a path for them to turn things around except for maybe to petition to break away and join New Hampshire. And so I keep suggesting it. We'll see what happens. Thank you for the question. It'd be a great alliance, and it would also be great reinforcements to make sure that they never mess up New Hampshire. So thanks for the question. I know you've been at the microphone for a bit.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Leah. I'm actually moving to Maine. This is on the way there because that's where my family is.
Understood. It is a beautiful state, except for the government.
Right. My mom lives in a small town called Monroe, less than 1,000
Yeah.
people, and it's run by, I guess, a committee. There's no mayor.
It's like a select board? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So she has gotten involved in it, I guess, just paying attention. And just the other day, we stopped a meeting. They wanted to vote on something. At the 11th hour, they sent out the agenda or it's a warrant. I actually don't know what that is. You probably know better. But I just know that they sent it at the 11th hour on Monday. They were closed Tuesday, and they wanted to vote on it Wednesday. And so my mom just calls me very panicked. This is how it usually goes. And then I tell her, you just need to write them a letter, give the law. It wasn't due process. So anyways, long story short, we stopped the meeting. So we felt very empowered. That was like yesterday. Yeah, the day before yesterday. We felt pretty empowered about that. So I know you mentioned how we can't really stop what's going on in Washington, maybe directly, but indirectly using the 10th Amendment. What do you think about us in our tiny town controlling that government, maybe controlling the state? Like, could we do that?
Yeah. I mean, I certainly think it's if that's where you are and you're anchored where you are, then absolutely, like, focus on your local government and then from there focus on your state representatives and your state senators in these more local offices. I will say that the challenge and the difference is that a state is sovereign and a municipality is basically a subdivision of the state. And so a municipality will have, I think, harder challenges trying to like nullify the terrible things coming from a state government than a state can do to nullify the federal government. But there are still ways to fight back. I mean, certainly I know municipalities that have like gone after like trying to declare themselves like Second Amendment sanctuary cities, right? Your Second Amendment rights are safe here. We won't let the federal government, commandeer our resources and things like that. So I definitely think that if that's where you are, then definitely like local government, as Thomas Jefferson said, is the only place that democracy really works, where the individual has the greatest say of share possible in the decisions that are made. So I do. It's encouraging to hear that your mom is active, involved, and I certainly hope that wherever we are, we'll be active, involved in our local governments.
One more question. This town is so small, it still doesn't have a charter. Does that make it a municipality, and how would I like research that?
Yeah, so you're saying it's like an unorganized territory?
Well, now I'm not sure. I just know it has no charter.
Because I know there are a few unorganized territories. There's a play even called about it. What's that?
By
my mom ran for the Charter Commission in New Gloucester, Maine, so she knows a little bit about this. So yeah, I guess if there's no charter, then it defaults to, I guess, the state standard.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Eric.
Hello.
My name's Ryan.
Hi, Ryan.
Hi. My question, you talked a little bit about this in your talk, but my question is about sustaining motivation and interest. And I guess to give you a little bit of background about me, I first came to PorcFest when I was 19. I'm 27 now. And, when I first started coming, I felt sort of overwhelmed with interest. It became sort of my primary focus. I was so excited. And then, as the years have gone on, I've started to get more interested in other aspects of my life. I got married, I got kids, I started a business, and it feels like liberty and the Free State Project and libertarianism have sort of been a secondary or third focus of mine for a few years, which I think is fine. I think that's probably normal and healthy.
I think it's healthy, actually.
But I feel like I wish that I was more motivated, and I wished that I was more interested. And so my question for you is, how do you sustain and increase your own personal motivation and interest in liberty, libertarianism, especially when, like you said in your talk, on the national level, it's like not really much is changing. But on the local level, maybe that's one of the things that motivates and interests you is all the change we're seeing in New Hampshire.
Well, there have been moments I've been demoralized and beaten down and thought about kind of walking away from everything and throwing my hands up in the air and saying, let other people, keep on the fight. And in some ways, I mean, I appreciate that, like stepping back from direct electoral politics and coming to New Hampshire where, I'm working a real job now, I'm running the Free State Project. It comes with a grown-up salary and everything. That gives me the ability to both pursue this cause that I believe in and also the ability to do the practical things that are important for life, like plan for a family and these other things. I mean, I will say just kind of, so there's that, understanding that there's different ways to do it, and it doesn't have to be the same method, the same way for your entire life. But whenever I do get discouraged, I honestly think about Ron Paul, and I think about how he stood alone in the wilderness for like 30 years in Congress, being Mr. No, Dr. No, without any real way of knowing the revolution that he was going to spark. You know, he could have been just a footnote in history, an asterisk, this one weird guy who voted no on all the good government stuff that they were trying to do. He didn't know what landslide and the snowball effect he was going to create. So whenever I get discouraged, I ask myself, one, what is the thing I'm doing right now actually the most effective thing I could be doing? And certainly burning yourself out and running yourself into the ground is not in the long run the most effective way to do it. You need to take care of yourself and you need to take care of your family. And those are the things that actually make liberty worth fighting for in the first place. So, yeah, I would just say, you know, life, I encourage people to persist. I encourage people to find ways to contribute. Some people, they don't have a lot of time. Thank you. They don't have a lot of time to be an activist. But they make a lot of money and they can donate to causes that help support the people who are doing those things. A nice division of labor. Life goes in phases. Remember what's important to you. And just, I would say, you know, wherever you are in life and whatever your primary focus is, just also in the back of your mind, ask what are the ways you can support the overall progress of the liberty movement.
Great, thanks.
Thank you very much. I'm told I've got a few minutes left. Are there any final questions? Anyone? This is... All right, we got one. Guy I met this morning with the Bucky hat.
Yes.
That's the one thing New Hampshire's missing, by the way. We need a Buc-ee's. That's my position, and I'm sticking to it.
That's right. Hi there, my name is Rob. I come from the People's Republic of Canada. First time
They don't even
attending-
have Buc-ee's up there. Where'd you get that hat?
In Texas, down in Texas, of course.
All right.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for organizing this event. And my question was, you mentioned how it's important to organize at the local level, and I agree, but
Yeah.
as you know, New Hampshire has a full slate of democratic control at the federal level, and I was wondering, should the Free State Project dedicate more effort into changing that?
Well, first, I do want to distinguish between the Free State Project as an organization and the Free State Project as a movement, or what we call the Free State Movement.
Right.
Right. Because the Free State Project does not get directly into politics. We leave that to our friends at the New Hampshire Liberty Alliance and Americans for Prosperity and all the independent actors fighting for liberty in their own way. But if you're asking me for my advice on should we focus more on the national level, I mean, I think that inevitably we will get there, but I think that it's like first things first. First thing, you make your own bed, right? You got to put your own house in order before you try to save the world. And right now, I think the focus of most in the Free State movement has been how do we build the liberty infrastructure in our state legislature and our local things, because those are the things that we can most directly have an impact on. And it would be nice, it certainly is embarrassing, that the folks who claim to represent New Hampshire in Washington, D.C. are like the total Democrat statist, Elizabeth Warren style, kind of among the as bad as any in New England. But, you know, we joke, at least we got them out of New Hampshire. And, you know, and I think the real value is, I mean, understanding that, I'm told 1 minute, all right. I think the real value is, like, the value of Bernie Sanders to the socialist movement is he's a mascot, right? I think it would be great for Lily Tang Williams to get elected to Congress. Maybe she will be the first. I know she's running again. Maybe there are some other candidates who might emerge this cycle. I think those are definitely projects worth supporting. If for no other reason that when people think of New Hampshire, they think of the strong, strident libertarians who are causing trouble and mischief for the statists in Washington, D.C. But in the meanwhile, we're making liberty win here in the state legislature, and I think down the road, inevitably, liberty will bubble up from this huge bench of state legislators that exists in New Hampshire to people eventually rising when they're ready into those national offices.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I think that's it for questions. I think I don't know, was Olga out there with the cane to yank me off stage? I will hand it over. Who do we have speaking next? Peter Earl. All right, we are beginning in 5 minutes with Peter Earl at 10 o'clock. Thank you for coming out this morning, and thank you for your wonderful questions. Furthermore, my opinion is the Federal Reserve should be destroyed.
Yeah, no worries, go right ahead. I'm not like some attention whore. Yeah, you take my... All good. Test, okay. Oh, this is good. Let's move this down here a little bit. All right. All right. Stupid mouse won't look that way. Wow. Lots of pedals, lots of effects. Okay, let's do this. All right, how much longer? I have 3 minutes? Oh, right there. Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. 3 minutes.
Tendrás cenizo el pelo, pero serás más hermosa. Tendrás cenizo el pelo, pero serás más hermosa. En la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, cuando llegará, cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, cuando llegará, cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, cuando llegará, cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, cuando llegará, cuando llegará.
Oh, wow. All right.
Yeah, you can holler at me and I'll. Oh, we're good. Yeah. So.
It's 10 a.m. in the pavilion. We're going to get started with our next speaker in just a moment. Peter Earle speaking next on monetary chaos, de-dollarization, the Mar-a-Lago Accord, crypto, and gold. Good morning, everyone. Come on down to the pavilion. My name is Jason Sorens. I'm an economist at the American Institute for Economic Research and also involved with the Free State Project in a variety of ways. And I'm proud to introduce my colleague at AIER, and those of you who are not familiar with AIER may have heard of the Great Barrington Declaration, which was us. We did that back in 2020. We're a sponsor of PorcFest this year, and what we do is free markets. We study economic freedom, sound money, and what we call defending freedom and combating collectivism is another one of our priority focus areas. So we're fighting back against DEI, ESG, protectionism, industrial policy, all the new trends of collectivism on the left and right. And Peter Earle is one of our top scholars. You may have seen him on TV. He's on Newsmax, NTD, Fox Business, CNBC. You've done all of them. And you may also know him from his book on neutral Mooresnet, which I saw come up in another talk earlier this week, on an anarchist society that existed in Europe from roughly 1815 to 1914. A small little territory that not many people know about. So Pete is the Director of Economics and Economic Freedom and a Senior Research Fellow who joined AIER in 2018. He holds a PhD in Economics from l'Université d'Angers. Did I pronounce that correctly? An MA in Applied Economics from American University, an MBA in Finance, and a BS in Engineering from the United States Military Academy at West Point. Prior to joining AIER, Dr. Earle spent over 20 years as a trader and analyst at a number of securities firms and hedge funds in the New York metro area, as well as engaging in extensive consulting within the cryptocurrency and gaming sectors. His research focuses on financial markets, monetary policy, macroeconomic forecasting, and problems in economic measurement. He has been quoted by the Wall Street Journal, the Financial Times, Barron's, Bloomberg, Reuters, CNBC, Grant's Interest Rate Observer, NPR, and in numerous other media outlets and publications. Welcome, Dr. Earle.
Thank you, my good man. Good morning. Okay, let me get my numbers up here. Okay. Good. Okay, so can you hear me? Is this good enough? Let me bring this a tiny bit closer. There we go. Now we're all right. Now we're cooking with gas, as my dad would have said. So my name is Pete Earle. I'm the Director of Economics and Economic Freedom at AIER. And before we get started, yeah, Jason mentioned to me yesterday that my book from 2014, A Century of Anarchy, was mentioned at some in one talk over the last few days, and that's it makes me feel good because it's 11 years old. It still generates about a whopping 40 cents a month in royalties, but it's much more important to hear that people are still talking about it. So that's it's great to hear it's still relevant. So, as Jason mentioned, I've been at AIR for about 7 years. I've written and edited maybe 7 books. Written since 2009, 2010, I've written over 1,000 articles, most of which about the Fed and monetary policy and crypto, liberty, that sort of thing. And I just want to point out It doesn't make me better, but it does make me different that I spent 7 years, I spent over 20 years on Wall Street before I did this. Most of my colleagues were professors before they came to AIR, which is great, but I did something different. And so it's almost 30 years ago that with, there we go. No, is this on or off? Yes. It's almost 30 years ago that with much more hair, I sat down on a trading desk and this guy from Brooklyn went, that's the offer. God help you if the phone rings more than once. But today I'm going to talk about economic chaos. I want to walk you through monetary chaos. Not in the abstract, but in what's actually happening right now and in the domains in which it's most visibly unfolding. Dollar chaos, commodity chaos, and digital chaos. Each is important on its own, but together they're reshaping the very nature of the monetary order in ways I believe are going to reverberate in all of our lives for decades to come. I'm going to make an adjustment here so I can stand up straight. Oh, there we go. That's perfect. And even if they don't change our lives, just knowing that they were considered and that these things are going on is going to change the landscape. So this is not about collapse. This is not 1923 Weimar, not 1989 Argentina. But what we're missing, what we're witnessing right now is far more complex. It's far more difficult to pin down with a single headline or with an image. It's a breakdown not of individual currencies, but of the system itself. Assumptions are changing, mechanisms are changing, structures are changing, and roles are changing. And in that process, we're losing both predictability and coherence that was easy and which we guided our lives by for some time. So let's begin where all conversations about monetary power have to begin, with the dollar. Where do I point this thing at? Okay, dollar chaos. Still getting the hang of the clicker. For most of the post-war era, and certainly for the entire post-Bretton Woods era, that's since 1971, the US dollar has not only been the global reserve currency, it's been the only reserve currency that truly mattered. There have been other eras where there were multiple reserve currencies sort of vying for the top role. Yes, we have a euro, we have the yen, we have the pound, but none of them have ever approached the dollar's depth, liquidity, legal clarity, or geopolitical reach. Dollar dominance has not simply been a feature of financial markets, it's been the foundation of global finance itself. Today, that dominance is facing a lot of pressure from multiple directions at once. And one of the most significant sources of those pressures is not foreign adversaries, it's not even foreign competitors. It's policy choices being made by the United States itself. How many of you have heard of the Mar-a-Lago Accord? Perfect. So this is a white paper that came out in November 2024, days after Trump won the election. And it's written by Stephen Mirren, who was at that point at Hudson Bay Capital. He's now the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors for the Trump administration. And it's called A User's Guide to Restructuring the Global Trading System, but it's more accurately or more formally being known as the Mar-a-Lago Accord. So we should be very clear about something. I should be very clear. This is not an official agreement. It's not a treaty. It's not a formalized policy statement. But it's become shorthand for the set of goals now being pursued by the Trump administration. Policies that aim to remake American trade, manufacturing, and financial leverage simultaneously. At its core, it's animated by a single goal, and that is to reverse what's called deindustrialization, or I should say what's been called deindustrialization. And that means a handful of things. It means reshoring industry and manufacturing. It means narrowing or eliminating the trade deficit. It actually involves calling the trade deficit a national emergency. It means weakening foreign export competitors. And it means rejiggering domestic and foreign political and economic arrangements. So I could stand up here and say the goals are irrational, and they are. Calling a trade deficit a national emergency is like me saying that because I never sold an academic paper to my supermarket, I have a personal crisis. But it's additionally that's what's been called deindustrialization is actually described as rising productivity on a global basis. Okay? Industrial production since 1920. We had a couple of big financial panics. But the course has been upward, right? So it's not true that industrialization has either left the US or hasn't been taking place, right? Nevertheless, policy tools being deployed to pursue these ends and the interaction effects between them and the rest of the economy are driving exactly the kind of systemic instability that I'm here to talk about. There are 4 policy platforms to the so-called Mar-a-Lago Accord: tariffs, dollar weakening, treasury restructuring, and security retrenchment, or reimagining of the global security arrangements. Each one deserves serious attention, so let's do it. Tariffs. This is the section where they talk about tariffs. Tariffs, of course, have long been popular, especially in industrial areas or countries that have embryonic industries. They're easy to understand. They're easy to explain. They offer the appearance of decisive action, but economically, tariffs function as what they are. What are they? Thank you. Excellent. You guys get an A. They're taxes on imports, they're taxes on inputs, and they're taxes that are ultimately borne not by foreign competitors, but by who? Us. So when the US government imposes a 20% tariff on imported circuit boards or semiconductors, the immediate effect is not that some Taiwanese or South Korean company suffers a financial loss. The immediate effect is that American companies pay more for the components they need to build for everything from data centers to consumer electronics. Costs flow through the supply chain, or I should say through the term structure of production and then the supply chain, raises production costs, squeezes profit margins, and ultimately gets passed on to consumers. Now, it's true that tariffs often, maybe even usually, take the form of higher prices, but that's not all. 2 other things can happen. First, you can see less innovation in goods, less money goes into R&D, they just keep putting out the same kind of boring crap without changing it. Or you can actually see goods disappear. Sometimes if the costs get too high and people won't pay the extra cost, they just remove those products from the shelves. So a little something I've been talking about a lot with our interns lately is what impacts the effect of tariffs? If I say I'm going to put a tariff on something, what are the variables that affect how hard that tariff hits people? So I guess I have to click 3 times. That's the code. So there's 3 factors. The first is the nominal tariff rate. That should be obvious, right? 10% is higher than 5%, 5 higher than 3, that's obvious. The next factor is the number of goods tariffed. If there's a very narrow tariff program, it's of course not as damaging as a wide range of tariffs. And the third, this one's a little bit complicated, this is where the tariff goods fall in the term structure, right? So if you tariff commodity goods, where commodities and capital goods eventually become intermediate production goods and other production goods and then finally consumer goods, what do you think happens? If there's a long term structure of production and the tariffs are put back here, what do you think? Do you think it's easier or harder to pass those costs on? It's much easier because there's a lot more steps. When you put a tariff on a consumer good that just appears on the shelf, it's there. It's going to hit full force. So I bring this up because in the first Trump administration, the nominal tariff rate, the average effective tariff rate was about 3%. The range of number of goods tariffed was very narrow, and they were all they were all capital goods and early stage goods, agricultural stuff like soybeans, all that. This time around, we're talking about 10%. In some cases, blanket on everything. And that includes production, intermediate, and then consumer goods. So it's a much different tariff platform that we're talking about today. And as we know, as everybody should know, there's never been a trade war in the history of the world where there wasn't retaliation. Retaliation is baked in some form or another. The European Union is threatening reciprocal duties on American automotive products. China has imposed counter tariffs on agriculture, aerospace, and high-end manufacturing exports. And a global trade system, which has been frayed, is now becoming increasingly fragmented under the weight of these programs. So a quick question. By the way, this is the best audience for this talk because we're all sort of ideologically aligned, so I tend to get the answers that I expect. Right? So here's a question. Has the U.S. been a loving and giving trade partner, innocent and apple-cheeked, which has been taken advantage for years and years by villainous foreign adversaries, licking their fangs with economic lust? Well, if you take Fraser's Freedom to Trade Internationally score between 1990 and 2022, the U.S. fell the most in its trade freedom. And actually, China and India rose the most. Now, I'm an economist, right? Which means I'm a social scientist. What this chart doesn't tell us is where they started from. China could have started way below the United States and now still be behind them, relatively speaking. However, between those years, the US was not exactly a beacon of free trade. That's the important thing to mention here. And what's particularly troubling to me is beyond the myth of, say, stolen jobs and the idea that the golden period in history was somewhere between World War II and the late 1970s, is that this time, these protectionist measures, which are, as I mentioned before, broader and more significant than the last shelf of them were, are going to hit exactly after an inflationary episode, which is going to make the Fed, which is always behind the eight ball, it's going to make it much more difficult for them to deal with inflation, which is almost at their target, but not quite. And as a quick review, again, not that this 6, 7, 8. I don't know. That concludes my, no, just kidding. I don't know. Backwards work. Oh, wait. Okay, so I'll just give the signal, okay? Or I'll say next slide as politely as I can. So just for review, over the last 5 years, the Fed first massively inflated the money supply early in COVID. It's been estimated that $1 in $5 in existence was created in the last 5 years. They then delayed the reaction to the inflation, which I think anyone could see coming. I don't think there's probably more than 5 people in this room who early in 2020 didn't think that we were going to huge inflationary burst in one way or the other, right? Okay. And then when it was clear that transitory was not quite the word to use for the inflation, they launched a panicked response with 4 jumbo rate hikes so quickly that they destabilized a corner of the regional banking market, and they generated a little over $1 trillion in unrealized losses in treasury bonds on banks' books. And now there's a question of whether they've left rates too high for too long. So it's a carnival of idiocy. Going back to tariffs, though, as destructive as protectionist policies are, they're at least familiar, right? This is at least a place we've been before. Next slide, please. The next pillar of the Mar-a-Lago Accord is something a little more radical. It's the proposed restructuring of the Treasury market. The essence of the idea that the administration has floated is that in order to reduce the federal government's ballooning interest expense, existing Treasury obligations, we've got Treasury bonds, 1 year and less are called bills, 1 year to 10 years are called notes, the rest are called bonds, right? Those Treasury obligations, some of them, we don't know yet, but some portion of them might either voluntarily or coercively be converted into ultra long-term securities. We're not talking about issuing more 30-year bonds or 20-year bonds. We're talking about, at the very least, 50 and 75, and the actual discussion has been about century bonds, 100-year Treasury bonds. The theory is that by stretching out maturities, the government can get its affairs in order and push off repayment risk so far in the future that it becomes our grandchildren's problem. And on paper, that's a superficially clever idea, until you hear that they not only want to stretch those maturities into a century, but they also want to pay much less in yield. Now let me ask everybody here a question. If you had a 30-year bond, and I told you I was going to make it a 100-year bond, and I also told you that that 5% yield was going to go down to 2%, would you take that deal? I think you would say something that none of us would say in front of our kids. So here's something that Stephen Mirren might not know. Century bonds are rare. One of the consequences of having this fiat money economy and having time preferences shortened is that in the 19th century we had century railroad bonds, and now we have 30-day bills and 30-day commercial paper and things like that. We have overnight repo lending, for God's sake. But more recently, the Austrian government issued a 95-year bond. Now, everybody put your thinking caps on. How do you think the yield on that 95-year bond compared with the existing 20-year bond? Next slide, please. Of course, it was higher. That's the white one. Investors demand compensation for inflation risk, duration risk, opportunity cost. If the U.S. government attempts to forcibly swap existing debt into long-term maturities at lower yields, It's going to find few willing counterparts, which is why I believe they may try this voluntarily, and eventually it's going to become a question of, give me your bonds. And if it tries to compel investors to accept those terms, it's going to trigger sales of bonds. What happens when people get panicked and they start selling bonds? What happens to the yields? The yields go up a lot. So this could be a disaster that winds up not only not paying lower yields, but paying higher than they are right now. It's a financial, legal, and reputational disaster waiting to happen. He just went to sell his bonds. Next slide, please. So this is an article I wrote a few months back. Just a little side story. I'm very conversant. During COVID, I and one of our interns, Amelia Janeski, wrote an article, and Paul Krugman linked to it like, look at these idiots here in Massachusetts. Well, this is the second article I've had linked to by Krugman, and this one he linked to approvingly about 2 weeks ago. So that's nice. Thank you. A lot more can be said, right? U.S. securities are binding contracts. When you buy a stock, you're buying ownership. When you buy a bond, you're becoming a creditor. You're lending money. And the notion that the federal government can unilaterally change the terms of these bonds of trillions of dollars in outstanding debt obligations would provoke not only market panic, but probably litigation, probably a credit rating downgrade, and the potential unraveling of the Treasury market's very credibility. A credibility which they are very lucky to have a bit of right now. Second, and probably most dangerous, it would shatter the bedrock assumption that U.S. debt is risk-free. Now, are U.S. Treasury bonds risk-free? Are they really risk-free? Not in a textbook, of course not, and they've never been. But that yield, the yield on a 10-year bond, is an input to the valuation of trillions of dollars of securities around the world and quadrillions of dollars, yes, quadrillions of dollars of notional value of derivatives. It's a benchmark in accounting, in insurance and credit pricing. So even threaten that status by playing games with the maturity structure is to invite a level of systemic risk that cannot easily be reversed. We would probably see yields spike. We'd probably see domestic financial institutions ranging from banks to investment firms to insurance companies, corporations, 401ks, your 401k, face severe mark-to-market losses on the portfolios. Next slide, please. Okay, it's better if it works the first time, okay. But layered on tariffs and rebuilding the Treasury markets is the third plank of the Mar-a-Lago Accord, the active pursuit of dollar weakening as a policy objective. If you'll, 1 second. So the theory here is both familiar and seductive. If the United States can engineer a gradual decline in the value of the dollar, that's the relative value versus other currencies, the U.S. exports become more competitive and imported goods become more expensive. That would encourage domestic substitution, meaning we in this room, it's assumed, would buy cheaper things that are American-made because foreign goods are more expensive. It would bring a narrow trade deficit or even the much sought-after trade surplus, and so on. Domestic manufacturing, growth jobs, a century of peace, all that stuff. And on a theoretical level, again, this contains a kernel of truth. But in practice, it's a very dangerous path to follow. And of all the media coverage, little of which has been, the little that there's been almost no discussion of the trade-offs of weakening the dollar. So first, let's take a look at the last time. Oh, does anybody remember the Plaza Accord? Anybody? Okay, so in 1985, the U.S. entered an agreement with, at the Plaza Hotel in New York, my hometown. The U.S. entered an agreement with Japan, England, Germany, a number of other countries, and they said, listen, the dollar is too strong. You guys sell our currencies and we'll buy yours and we'll push the dollar's value down. So, next slide, please. Please. There we go. So this is the dollar versus a basket of 20 currencies of our trading partners. Can you see the red line? You see it? This is where the Plaza Accord was struck, and you can see the value of the dollar versus that currencies fell, right? Mission accomplished? So this is over the subsequent 4 or 5 years. Next slide, please. These are very difficult things to engineer. Not a great success. And by the way, if we try to do something like this today, we're not only tariffing our trade partners, we're also saying, by the way, I'm tariffing you. Would you also please give my currency, give my products an advantage over your domestic ones? Seems like a hard sell. But let's quickly go back to manufacturing. That deindustrialization, which pushing the dollar down is supposed to address, is more accurately called technological advancement. There's been innovation in automation, which has led to declining manufacturing employment, not only in the US, but also in China, Germany, Argentina, Japan, and elsewhere. Next slide, please. These are Americans employed in manufacturing. You can see that since the 1950s or so, the numbers have been declining. Next slide. That's agricultural employment, same thing. More efficiency, less jobs. It's just a fact of life. And lower cost over time. Next slide, please. That's the employment of manufacturing in Germany. Now this one ended in maybe 2012, but I have another slide next. Next slide. This is the trend of manufacturing jobs as a share of total employment. Germany, Italy, Japan, France, US, and UK, right? Why do we have less jobs in manufacturing? Because we're making technological advancements. There's also a number of factors, which of course, yes, dollar strength has a little bit to do with it. Also, we've become a more service-based, financialized economy because we've become richer. But for the most part, this is seen elsewhere. What's happening to manufacturing jobs right now in China? Anyone? They're going to Vietnam. And what's happening to the highest level, the most basic manufacturing jobs in Vietnam? They're going to Africa. This is a global phenomenon. But the first and most important problem with deliberate currency weakening is that as the dollar declines, the price of foreign goods rises. That's not just like Rolex watches, okay? It's also raw materials, the necessities, components of domestically produced goods and consumer products. About 15% of our foodstuffs are imported. So that puts further pressure on domestic price levels on top of tariffs and the really sticky inflation we've seen with shelter. And second, dollar weakening sends a message to our foreign investors. If they weren't already, guess what? Your returns on US assets are about to be systematically eroded. Discourages foreign investment exactly when the US wants, and Trump has even said he wants that to happen. What happens when Kia or another foreign country wants to build a $200 billion facility that costs billions of dollars a year to run? What's the first thing they do? They take South Korean won and they buy dollars. That's pushing the dollar up. If you want foreign businesses here, you're going to get higher dollar values. Plus, once the US signals and has made clear that they're willing to kick the crap out of the dollar for competitive advantage, we get what's called a competitive devaluation cycle. What is that? Yeah, it's basically when everybody says, oh, you're going to lower your currency? Well, I'm going to lower mine. And it's a race to the bottom. And we as Americans have a lot more to lose than anyone else if that happens. Finally, and just like manipulating the treasury market, deliberate dollar weakening undermines one of the core reasons why the dollar remains dominant, and that's confidence. To openly pursue dollar debasement for short-term industrial policy directly undermines that trust. So there's a fourth pillar to the Mar-a-Lago Accord. Remember, we said tariffs, restructuring the treasury market, and weakening the dollar. The fourth one is the reevaluation of U.S. security guarantees. Nope, it was the last one. There we go. Thanks. That pillar basically recommends that the U.S. undertake a strategic pullback from many long-standing alliances like NATO and some of the others. It urges our wealthy allies to pay for their own defense. And although this has implications for the dollar's role, I'm not going to get into it. And I'll also say, as clear as I'm standing here, this is the part of the accord I find the most defensible. This one I'm kind of on board with. Let other people pay for their defense. So the obvious question now becomes, what's actually happening to the dollar status now? Next slide, please. One before that. Right. So this is the share of the dollar in SWIFT. SWIFT is the U.S. messaging, is the global messaging network for dollars. You can see it's at about 48%. It's been rising since 2022. And the blue are the volatility of those payments. We don't have any details. I'm not sure if this was ended or something, but people are still using the dollar. On one hand, you have those people who claim that dollar collapse is imminent. Irrelevance or hyperinflation is right around the corner. And then there's others who claim that not only could there never be a competitor, but that our reserve currency status is untouchable. And the truth is much more complicated than that, and much more dangerous because it's complex. What we're witnessing right now is not dollar collapse, it's erosion. The dollar is dominant, but it's no longer uncontested. And the trajectory of that erosion is unmistakable. So right now, businesses, governments around the world hold dollars. About 58% of dollar reserves, or about 58 of foreign reserves right now are dollars. That's fallen from about 70% just after 2000. The euro is about 20%, the Chinese yuan is about 3%, and the dollar touches about 88% of transactions. But even longtime allies like England are researching alternatives to dollar invoicing now. There's a de-dollarization movement afoot that has a lot to do with 2022, when a bunch of Russian banks got kicked out of the SWIFT system. A lot of our allies didn't know that using the dollar was a vulnerability, but it is. There's already some alternative payment systems that are gaining ground. One is called SIPS, which is the Chinese Interbank Payment System. That's a direct competitor to SWIFT. There's the expanded BRICS local currency initiatives, and there's accelerated research in central bank digital currencies. None of these alone threaten the dollar, but together they weaken the dollar's exclusivity. Next slide, please. The issue is that as demand for the dollar falls, what happens to the demand for treasuries? It falls too, because one of the main reasons that there's constant demand for US treasuries is to do something with those piles of dollars you have sitting in your bank vaults around the world, to get some return on it. Which means that if there's less demand for treasuries, it means that Uncle Sam's spending is going to be crimped. Now, here's the question. Do you think that if the government was unable to sell as many bonds as it wanted to, it would simply spend less? Yeah. Or do you think they would tax us more and print more money and sell bonds to the Fed and things like that? Foreign official holdings of US treasuries have declined from 45 to... I'm going to put this down so it can't hurt anyone. Foreign official holdings of US treasuries have declined from 45 to 33% in a decade. And the key holders of it, like Japan, China, Russia, the Gulf states, are diversifying away. Most treasury bonds now are held by who? American firms. Now, my colleague Tom Savage and I wrote an article a few weeks ago saying, is that better or worse? On one hand, if foreign countries own our bonds, they have some leverage over us, but we can default. On the other hand, if it's domestic companies that own our bonds, doesn't that seem like it offers a pretty easy road for cronyism, extracting favors from the government, that sort of thing? I think so. So here's one of my major takeaways. Next slide, please. The dollar remains strong, not because the kingdom is strong, but because the alternatives are weak. And I would add that they're weak currently. It's a precarious foundation for a financial system that underpins global trade, finance, and liquidity. Next slide, please. Let's talk about commodity chaos. None of the changes to the global appetite for dollars is occurring in a vacuum. Running parallel to those shifts is another great driver of monetary chaos, and that's called commodity realignment. For most of the post-war period, the relationship between commodities and monetary order was relatively straightforward. The dollar was defined by a weight in gold, the dollar was the global reserve currency, and all other currencies traded at fixed exchange rates. Commodities were priced in dollars, global supply chains flowed through dollar clearing institutions, and when individual commodity prices fluctuated, the system itself remained anchored in a dollar-centric architecture. But that structure is now breaking down. One thing that we're seeing right now is a quiet but unmistakable remonetization of gold. Next slide. And next slide. Thank you. For decades after the collapse of Bretton Woods, gold was treated as a historical relic, a commodity, an inflation hedge, something you find in the portfolio of very eccentric investors, a luxury good, an industrial factor, but not as a serious monetary asset. Central banks were net sellers, but that era is over. Next slide. Central banks have been buying gold extensively. Over the last 3 years, global central banks have purchased over 1,000 tons of gold a year, the highest sustained accumulation rate since 1968. This is not speculative buying by hedge funds. This is a deliberate, sovereign accumulation by monetary authorities seeking to hedge against its financial instability. to hedge against sanction risk and the weaponization of payment systems such as we saw in early 2022. The leading buyers of gold, China, Russia, Turkey, India, Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, Uzbekistan, and others. These are not random actors. Gold's appeal is pretty obvious. It has no counterparty risk. It's not subject to SWIFT ejections. It's not dependent on Western clearinghouses. Can't be frozen, can't be confiscated or censored, not easily confiscated. Requires no permission to own, store, or transfer. And in an era of growing financial conflict, gold has once again become the ultimate neutral sovereign asset. But gold's only one element of this commodity realignment, no pun intended. Next slide, please. We're also seeing rapidly consolidating control over critical industries and resources by the BRICS bloc. Everybody know what BRICS is? BRICS started as Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and now it includes about 5 or 6 other nations. The BRICS network now controls 50% of the proven global oil reserves, 42% of global natural gas reserves, dominant market shares in copper, cobalt, lithium, and nickel, all essential for green energy, and virtual total dominance over rare earth refining. China alone controls about 80% of that. It's not simply a matter of trade balance or input costs. It's a matter of vulnerability. A disruption of any of those supply chains would have a cascading effect on Western energy infrastructure, managing capacity, consumer markets. And so we're seeing the reemergence of resource nationalism. African governments are renegotiating mining concessions. Latin American lithium companies are forming regional alliances to control pricing power. Export licensing regimes are becoming increasingly politicized. Oil remains the most immediate of those resource risks, not just in price, but also in the potential for supply shocks. Next slide, please. Uranium. Because across Asia and the Middle East, and even here in North America and in Western Europe, there's debates about taking nuclear reactors out of mothballs. So uranium prices are starting to surge. This is 3 different measures of uranium prices. Next slide, please. And further evidence of the monetization of commodities was clear when President Trump proposed to arrange U.S. military aid for access to Ukraine's rare earth mineral deposits. That's an arrangement that echoes historical precedents of payments in kind and reflects a growing shift towards resource-based transactions and global diplomacy. While it's not yet formalized, these deals signal the slow emergence of what's being called Bretton Woods III, a global order in which tangible assets like gold and critical minerals increasingly displace fiat currencies in trade, finance, and policy. As nations hedge against monetary chaos, commodities are beginning to function not only as reserve currencies, but as de facto secondary media of exchange, which is reshaping the foundations of international economics. Next slide, please. Digital chaos. So I turn now to maybe the most chaotic layer, also in some ways the most intellectually fascinating of the chaotic monetary transformation afoot. The emergence of digital alternatives. So because here, we're witnessing 2 contradictory revolutions at the same time. On one side, the explosive growth of decentralized digital assets, built explicitly to escape the control of governments and central banks. On the other side, the rapid development of state-backed digital currencies designed to control, surveil, and program and concentrate programmability within government financial architectures. Next slide, please. There's Bitcoin. Let's begin with the decentralized frontier. Bitcoin's recent ascent to new all-time highs has not previously been driven by retail speculation as it was in previous bull cycles. This time the buyer base is fundamentally different. We're talking about institutional allocators, sovereign wealth funds, endowments, and even conservative family offices and governments. They're now allocating small but significant slices to of their holdings to Bitcoin, not as a currently replacement, but as a form of monetary insurance. And the appeal is pretty simple and undeniable, right? The issuance is finite, it's decentralized, it's non-dilutive, it's globally portable, and most importantly, it stands just outside the established monetary order. Bitcoin functions a lot like the modern equivalent of sovereign gold holdings, but with properties that make it pretty amenable to the current time in the 21st century. I'm going to jump ahead here. So while Bitcoin remains one extreme, it's decentralized, autonomous, pseudo-anonymous, and it represents monetary escape. The opposite extreme is simultaneously accelerating in the form of programmable state-backed digital currencies. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So now we have central bank digital currencies. More immediately, the legislative scaffolding around what are called stable coins. Now, how many of you have heard of the Genius Act? How many of you think it's a great thing, a great step forward? Just asking it that way, you're not going to raise your hand, even if you thought it was. So the Genius Act is a stablecoin regulation that my view is that while it's being marketed as consumer protection, it functions in reality as a Trojan horse for state-function financial surveillance. So Congress has made it clear to the Fed they can't issue a new money. That power resides with Congress. But I think the Genius Act allows this to happen at arm's length. Next slide, please. So the Genius Act's proposed framework is that if you want to issue, any country that wants to, or company that wants to issue a stable coin has to basically obtain a full financial banking charter. You have to be a bank to issue a stable coin. Right? You have to adhere to strict capital and liquidity requirements, and you have to submit to comprehensive regulatory supervision. On its face, sounds like prudent regulation, but to me, what it does is it outsources stablecoins from the Fed to banks. And they register, they oversee banks, they monitor banks. It's just like they sort of delegated it to a lower authority, right? So fully regulated, bank-chartered stablecoins now become the functional equivalent of retail CBDCs. A wholesale CBDC, a wholesale central bank digital currency, is used to transfer assets between banks. Retail is meant for use by individuals. Within the realm of possibility of these stablecoins issued under the Genius Act by nominally private banks, every payment can be recorded, every merchant transaction is recorded or cataloged, every wallet can be flagged, frozen, or restricted, spending patterns can be analyzed in real time, and potentially, as we've seen occur in China, political or social controls can be applied through dynamic wallet permissions. This is not some dystopian future. The technology exists today, and it's being developed right now in China. But the Genius Act is really only one dimension of this emerging digital monetary architecture. Because while Washington debates stablecoin policy, and by the way, the Genius Act was passed by Senate, it's now going through the House, we'll see what happens after reconciliation. The global race towards formal CBDC issuance is accelerating. Next slide, please. So 134 countries around the world have launched or in development or in other stages of development here. 44 have pilot programs going on, 39 doing research. This is recent data from the Atlantic Council on central bank digital currencies. More than 100 central banks around the world, representing over 95% of global GDP, are now at some stage of CBDC research. And adding another layer of complexity to this digital ecosystem is the emerging debate over the creation of a strategic crypto reserve, a proposal that's now circulating that would authorize the US government to either directly purchase or repurpose seized digital assets, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Solana, and others. The argument's been made is that by having this reserve, makes the dollar stronger, it shows that we approve of crypto and that sort of thing. But I think that, for me, bureaucrats selecting crypto coins is just like picking winners anywhere else. And 3 years ago, they would have picked Litecoin, which is now, I think, the 129th in market cap. The U.S. government doesn't have any sort of competitive advantage in picking crypto. And if Washington really wants to foster innovation and competitiveness, the correct policy response is not to create government-mandated price floors for selected tokens or to steal property that was seized. It would be to provide regulatory clarity, technological neutrality, that sort of thing. Anyway, I could go on about that, but I won't. Next slide, please. Next one, please. There we go. Thank you. So where does this leave us, right? The short answer is that we're witnessing the end of monetary monopoly, not the end of sovereign money, not the end of fiat, but the end of a single global monetary architecture that's defined the post-war period and through exorbitant privilege benefited Americans long past its expected expiration date. In all fairness, this should have ended a long time ago. For nearly 8 decades, the world operated under a functional dollar hegemony. Even after the collapse of Bretton Woods, the dollar remained an unchallenged linchpin of global finance, safe haven currency, trusted by both allies and adversaries, and a faithful anchor for global commodities. I mean, listen, folks, when Israel and Iran began bombing each other, they were both buying dollars. So in fits and starts, my guess is that system is now ending. Again, not with a dramatic collapse or hyperinflation or any of that stuff, but rather with tidal changes. And my guess is that we're entering a world that is partially dollarized, where the dollar remains central but no longer exclusive in that role, partially gold remonetized, where sovereign hedging against financial weaponization and maybe even some terms of trade are accomplished with gold, partially tokenized, private sector stable coins and decentralized protocols enable parallel and likely contested financial rails, and fully fragmented with lots of different payment systems on a regional basis, different bilateral trade agreements, alternate reserve compositions, increasingly bypassing the legacy structures of 20th century monetary order. Currently, the Federal Reserve remains the most powerful and cited central bank, not because of flawless governance or superior design, but simply because alternative monetary orders are less credible and comparably more vulnerable to capture. The next true global reserve system, wherever it emerges, may not resemble anything we've seen before. It may not be a single currency, it may not be a single institution. It may instead resemble something more akin to a distributed architecture of financial platforms, where finance and reserves and commodity settlements, private investment flow operate across multiple overlapping regimes, with the dollar functioning as one core component, but not the exclusive backbone like it is today. The dollar remains the pride of the fleet, but the world is building lifeboats. Quietly and deliberately, and with a slow but increasing confidence, what's emerging will not be negotiated in some grand conference hall. It's going to emerge organically, iteratively, and chaotically as states, markets, and various institutions each seek to adapt to a world where dollar terms have not disappeared, but are no longer the default setting. The shape of coin is the shape of civilization. Money is itself the commanding heights. The battle for the summit is not coming, it's here. The only question now is how well we understand it, how well we as nations, not even as citizens, but as individuals navigate those consequences. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Scathing criticism. Yes, sir.
Primary function, thank you very much. That's okay. So the primary function of money is to serve as a measure of value. And
I disagree.
I know, that's why I'm raising the question, because you can't make a value for value trade unless you have a proper unit of measure. So I'm curious why the economists aren't concerned about creating a stable measure of value. Every other thing that we use, like whatever it is measured. Time is measured, length is measured, weight is measured, everything is measured by a standard. So I'm very curious as to why economists aren't concerned that we don't have a standard measure of value.
I'm not concerned by that. We want a money that fluctuates. We want a money that fluctuates so it reveals relative price changes, right? So if something is scarce or something is more plentiful, we want that money to change. And so first of all, let's not think of money as values. Let's think of money as exchange rates between goods and services. Money is part of almost every exchange. When I trade $5 for a good, I'm saying I value that $5 less than that good and vice versa. It's an exchange rate. It's not a value.
But
Why? Subjective theory of value. Every person values it differently.
Well, everybody values the hour differently too. You know how much you can accomplish in an hour or how easily you can waste an hour.
Okay, thanks for your question.
Do you have any advice for states or towns how to deal with this chaos? Do you have any advice to states or to towns how to deal with this chaos? Like New Hampshire recently allowed its treasury to invest in gold and in Bitcoin. Like what states, like New Hampshire or towns, can do with these changes?
Not that much, but what I would say is that some states, Tennessee, Texas, some others, have formed gold repositories where they'll save gold and things like that. I mean, there's not much they can do because issuing the money is a federal thing. But I mean, encouraging entrepreneurship, again, I don't think this is the kind of thing where we're waiting for a collapse. I think this is a slow and gradual process, and that's the thing. You know, a lot of us have these sort of Cassandra tendencies to say hyperinflation tomorrow, or stock market down to zero in next week. These things are going to happen much more slowly. I'm not sure that you could prepare very well for it, but I mean, one thing's for sure, and that is that it's never too late to adopt sound money or to allocate some of what you own to sounder money. So I mean, that's what I would say. And the other thing is, you got to live your life. I mean, you can't. I mean, I've in recent years I've taken to sort of patrolling the prepper threads on Facebook, and they're very interesting, and there's some very smart people there, and there's some people there who are going to be the first to go because they've prepped so much that there's no flexibility, and anything slightly outside of what they've planned for is going to mean their demise. So, I mean, if you're sitting here, you're probably somebody who has the least convincing, who needs the least convincing, that owning some gold or owning some crypto or just being aware of what's happening internationally is important. So, I mean, what can you do? Spread the word, I guess. Make sure other people, hear these things. Again, this is not doomsaying. I'm saying this could take 1 to 100 years. I have no idea. I'm just saying that this is happening, and I think that it's going to happen slowly but surely, and that the world that we knew growing up, that any of you around my age in your mid-50s or older, is not the world of the future, for sure. How you doing?
My question to you is, those charts which you showed, what's the source for those, like the Bitcoin, the ones which had a black background? So, Bloomberg? Okay, thank you.
I figured somebody was going to come up here and try to sell me some, like, Trump coin or something. Waldo. How you doing?
I've got 10th ounce silver, if you're into that. No. So you talked about the dollar maybe no longer being the world reserve currency, and but there. So there maybe being no world reserve currency, but maybe like regional reserve currencies? Okay.
That's sort of what BRICS is moving. BRICS is moving towards regional influence. So, for example, the idea that maybe the Chinese yuan won't be used in Africa, but maybe a number of other nations in Asia will use it. And in Africa, where the South African rand, which, by the way, that will tell me where African money goes when there's a currency crisis. Right? So these sort of regional currencies sort of act as a local lingua franca.
Yeah. I guess just kind of a tangent, but how do you see that affecting just global travel? Like, will you be able to vacation in Europe? Will you be able to, go to Egypt to see the pyramids? How will that affect it?
I'm supposed to be going in October to see the pyramids, so I'll let you know. No, I don't think it'll be an issue yet, but eventually, yeah, eventually there may be a time. I think the dollar, even as a secondary, tertiary currency, has some runway. I don't think it's going to disappear overnight. But what I think is that, if you're trading, 500 tons of copper or something in South America, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion 30 years from now that it'll be invoiced in dollars. I think there's a chance it's invoiced in euros, it's invoiced in, it may even be something like, if dollars this amount, if gold this amount, various alternative terms of trade. I'll be around afterwards if you have any other questions. Thank you.
As fiat fuels endless wars, runaway inflation, and a cost of living crisis, we are robbed of our time and pushed to the brink of civilizational collapse. This wealth extraction is bleeding our world dry. Bitcoin is our escape hatch, a foundation of economic freedom that gives us our lives back, but only if we use it.
Not your keys, not your coins. We all know the saying, but this could not be more relevant than today. Nova Sapien aims to accelerate Bitcoin adoption across the world with Bitcoin self-custody best practices, kits and materials, and wallet recovery. Last year, we were able to recover a life-changing amount of Bitcoin for one of our very own porcupines. This year, we're here to support you all again. Come down to RV90 and join us for all things Bitcoin. Fix the money, fix the world.
In 2 minutes, we will be welcoming to the stage Corey DeAngelis in 2 minutes. So if you're within earshot and you care about education freedom, which you should, then come down to the pavilion. In 1 minute, we will be kicking off with Corey DeAngelis. Come join us at the main pavilion. 1 minute. Where is Waldo? You can find him at the main pavilion. Found him. Now entering the pavilion, Ron Pa. The famous, the one and only, Dr. Wolf. He's a good boy. All right, it is 11 a.m. at the main pavilion, and for all I know, also at Olive Rogers Campground. So we're all in the same time zone. It is my pleasure to welcome our next guest to the main pavilion. It is no secret that our government-run public education system has held generations of Americans hostages. The teachers' unions, the government stormtroopers, have been hard at work running a mass misinformation campaign to convince parents that because this is how it has always been, this is how it has to be. But here's what you may not realize: the parents are winning, and we have entered the death spiral of the education dictatorship. The school choice revolution is here, and moms and dads are successfully restoring parental rights in education, one state, one school district at a time. In the parent revolution, Dr. Corey DeAngelis, not a medical doctor, but that's like one of those things, like honorable or senator, you know, you get to carry with you. Dr. Corey DeAngelis, public enemy number one of the teachers' unions, takes readers inside the movement like no one else can. As Vox reported in late 2023, DeAngelis has become, quote, the public face of the effort, traveling from state to state, holding rallies, making media appearances, and tweeting constantly. Or, as another education voice put it, quote, no one in education policy, advocacy, or activism has ever lived rent-free in more heads at once than Corey DeAngelis. As America's most prominent and influential advocate for school choice, DeAngelis unapologetically argues why parents and political leaders must lean into the culture war taking place in schools. He exposes the hypocritical elites who are content to hold other people's children captive to poorly run government schools while sending their own children to the best private and charter schools out there. And most importantly, he equips readers with the ability to make sure the potent forces of the educational industrial complex do not regain their footing. Corey DeAngelis is a senior fellow at the American Culture Project and a visiting fellow at the American Institute for Economic Research. He has been labeled the school choice evangelist and called the most effective school choice advocate since Milton Friedman. He is a regular on Fox News and frequently appears in the Wall Street Journal. DeAngelis is also the executive director at the Education Freedom Institute, a senior fellow at Reason Foundation, an adjunct scholar at the Cato Institute, a board member at Liberty Justice Center, and a senior advisor at Accuracy in Media. I don't know how he has that much time, personally. He holds a PhD in education policy from the University of Arkansas. He is the national best-selling author of The Parent Revolution, Rescuing Your Kids from the Radicals Running Our Schools. Please welcome to the stage, Corey DeAngelis.
Thanks so much, Eric. I'm going to give you something real quick. I'm going to give you the copy of the book. I don't know if you have one already, but you might not be able to read what I wrote in the front because I went to government schools. I don't have great handwriting. But thanks for the kind introduction, Eric.
I don't have this one yet.
There we go. There we go. How is it a national bestseller if you haven't gotten one yet? I'm going to see if I can take this off real quick. How's everybody doing? It's a beautiful day, isn't it? And it's a beautiful time to be a school choice advocate because we're winning so much, I'm almost getting tired of winning. Almost, we're not done yet. And Eric, by the way, that was such a long introduction, I almost fell asleep. I mean, I need to cut some of those titles off, but you got to stop calling me doctor. The real thing is I'm not a real doctor. I'm more like a Jill Biden doctor. Got a PhD in education policy. I can't do much else. But I am the school choice evangelist, and it's perfect timing for PorcFest to happen. We're in New Hampshire, the most recent state to go all in on school choice. It's fantastic. And we can thank a few people. Do we have any lawmakers in the audience? So someone texted me saying he was coming up. I guess he got a flat tire or something. I would have thanked him. We can thank Deb, the teachers union president out here, because during a meeting earlier this year, she said something along the lines of, at the state capitol in a committee meeting, that if you want to say in your kids' education, you should just send them to private school or homeschool them. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's why we're pushing for education freedom accounts. And New Hampshire just became the 17th state to go all in on school choice in the past 4 years alone. It's a fantastic time to be an education freedom advocate. I wish Milton Friedman were alive today to see his ideas finally coming to fruition right before our very eyes. And we can thank people who are supporting parental rights in education, but we should really thank Randy Weingarten and the Teachers Union for overplaying their hand and awakening a sleeping giant. Parents. I mean, I woke up a few years ago, and trust me, I do wake up sometimes. I did stop drinking recently, and let me tell you, it's easier to catch those 6 a.m. flights. I slept in this lodge last night. Anybody else staying in the lodge? It's a great little place to stay. It's convenient, and this is the first time in over a year now that I've slept over 9 hours. I slept 11 hours last night. It's fantastic. I have a new baby. I joined the parent revolution myself, and so I haven't been getting a lot of sleep lately. Mom and baby Angelina are at home right now. I wish they could come along. Maybe next PorcFest we'll stay longer instead of a night or two, and I'll be able to bring them as well. But I woke up a few years ago, and I thought I was in a nightmare or a dream, whatever you want to call it. I thought it was a headline from it was true. I actually woke up. I thought it was a headline from a Babylon Bee article. Anybody hear the Babylon Bee? Anybody on X? Thank goodness for Elon Musk restoring sanity on X. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. He's saving democracy. I don't know if we want to do that in a libertarian society, but look, they actually have an account there called Not the Babylon Bee. Like, you don't know these days because things just don't make any sense. Like, is this real life or is it a Babylon Bee article? Well, it was actually something that I woke up to that was a tweet by Randy Weingarten herself. And she's, the head of the AFT, the second largest teachers union in the country. She fought to keep the schools closed as long as possible. Woke up families. They got to see the crap that was happening in the classroom, and now we're regaining control of the school system. And also, homeschooling has at least doubled since 2019, so I'll take it. That's a big win. And she had a tweet that she said, look, this is the teachers union boss, and she said that she was in Ukraine at the front lines to assess the situation. Hold up, what the heck was the teachers union boss doing in Ukraine to assess the situation? What was she gonna do, make the war go remote like she did with our schools? I mean, that might actually helped, right? I mean, that would actually be a good thing. But she hurt kids in so many ways when she took away basically the daycare for the kids that they had been relying on for so long, and we're paying for it. We spend, anybody want to guess how much the government schools spend per student per year? Well, yeah, so you guys are in New Hampshire, so you're higher than the average, and we have an above average intelligence in this crowd. So thank you for getting it right for the New Hampshire spending. But in the U.S., it's about $20,000 per student. So, in New Hampshire, you're like in the top 10 states for per student spending, and that's about 50 to 60% higher than average private school tuition in this country. The spending over time has just ballooned. If you look since 1970, even after you adjust for inflation, spending has increased by about 170% in real terms. What about teacher salaries? Those have actually only increased by 3%. So where's all the money going? It's going towards administrative bloat, people like Randy Weingarten who make over $500,000 a year to do what? To wreak chaos in the streets, to fight to close the schools, and to more importantly, fight to trap your kids in failing government institutions for 13 years of their lives, for 7 hours a day, where they learn that big government's the solution to all of their problems. That's how this country drifts into socialism, and that's why you have people like Randy Weingarten and the Democrats scream bloody murder when there's any suggestion that parents be able to take some of that money somewhere else. It's their money. The money doesn't belong to the government. Your kids don't belong to the government. We should be able to take it to the institution or homeschool that best aligns with your values and meets your needs in other ways. We should fund the student, not the system. We should fund the individual, not the institution. We should fund the children, not the schools. The money doesn't belong to the government schools. It's supposed to be meant for educating the child. We should send it to the school that aligns with their values and best meets their needs. And, look, libertarians might not like this, but if you like your public school, you can keep your public school. It's true, but for real this time, unlike with your doctor, you can actually still send your kid to the public school, and we've had decades of evidence of school choice in the U.S. In fact, In Maine and Vermont, I think New Hampshire too, they had the oldest voucher programs in the country when they started, like the late 1800s. A lot of people don't know this, but specifically for kids who were in rural areas, if you didn't have a public school, great, the state would give you your funding, and you could take it to a different government school, or you could take it to a private school, even a religious school if you wanted to. Those laws have been on the books for over 150 years, and it really puts to bed the myth that if you're in a rural area, you can't have school choice. So anybody from Texas in the audience? Yeah, there you go. I'm from Texas. I still live in Texas. I lived in D.C. during COVID. Don't recommend it. It was a horror. Oh, my God. It was like this brief period in my life, 5-6 years that I was in D.C., and it happened to happen during COVID. And I'm glad I moved back and got into the land of freedom. And now we're the land of education freedom, too, because so a lot of people don't know this, that Texas is one of the late movers on education. New Hampshire almost beat Texas. Texas was number 16, New Hampshire number 17. And Texas, we had 23 Republicans vote with all the Democrats in 2023 against their own party platform issue of school choice, and they killed it. The Senate had passed it, the House did not, but then the primaries happened, parents woke up, they took their voices to the ballot box, and guess what? After the primaries, out of those 21, 14 of them are gone. Kick them out of office. Get out of here. 2/3 of them lost their seats. They even this earlier this session they were like, I'm never gonna vote for that. It's not gonna happen. I'm philosophically against it. So they probably didn't have a true change of heart, but they read the tea leaves, they put their thumb in the air, and they figured out I better side with parents this time, so I will be on the right side of history, and maybe so I can continue my work in other ways on other bills. But if they would have doubled down, maybe we could have taken them out. We would have been better off anyway. But New Hampshire became number 17. You already had an education freedom account program. Anybody hear that program in here? It's probably the best name in the country, let me just say that, education freedom accounts. And everywhere else, they basically call them education savings accounts. But the way this works is you can take that money to your assigned government school if you want. If you like your public school, you can keep it. But if not, you can take it to a private school, a charter school, a home-based education option. It goes into a savings account directed by the parent. Now look, for libertarians in the audience, you might have one argument, and I know this would be the first question if I didn't bring it up to begin with, is that, well, we don't want the government involved. We need to abolish public schools altogether. With government shekels comes government shackles. I get it, I understand, but if that's not gonna happen, we gotta take the incremental win, the more likely victory in the short term to allow the money to follow the child. Because look, you can get the shackles without the shekels. And this has happened historically. It happens now. I just landed a piece in the Wall Street Journal earlier this year. Illinois. Anybody from Illinois? Ha, sorry you live there. You should move to New Hampshire or maybe my home state of Texas. But they are like the worst in every way. The unions control the legislature. J.B. Pritzker sucks in so many ways. And they killed their school choice program in 2023. Guess what they did this year? They started coming after the homeschoolers. So school choice wasn't the problem. The problem is that you have authoritarians in office who do two things at the same time. They'll fight to school education freedom when it comes to school choice, and they'll fight to kill education freedom when it comes to your right to raise your own children at home, basically to homeschool your own kids. Thankfully, there were like 50,000 homeschoolers who testified against that bill, or at least signed up against the bill. The Democrats still passed it out of committee, though, on a party line vote, 8-4. It ultimately didn't make it across the finish line. That's another day that we're going to fight. But look, at the end of the day, eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. The authoritarians are coming after your right to homeschool and to privately educate your child, whether you have school choice or not. You look in New Jersey this year, they had a bill to do the same thing. You look in, the Republicans and the Libertarians can walk and chew gum at the same time too, though. You look in other states where they've expanded school choice, they tend to have more homeschooling freedom. Look at anybody from Ohio, Missouri. In Ohio in 2023, they passed universal school choice. They also deregulated homeschooling the same session. You look in Missouri last year, they expanded school choice in the same bill. There used to be a provision in Missouri where the public school district could sick the police department, the sheriffs, on your homeschool families. They could basically try to attack their competition using the police force. I mean, it's insane, but in that same bill in Missouri, they took that provision away. So the people who respect freedom can walk and chew gum at the same time as just like the people who don't respect your freedom to raise your kids at home. And so school choice can reduce the likelihood of government overreach in a few ways. One, you make the idea more mainstream that people can choose for their own kids, you'll reduce the likelihood of calls for regulation. And if they still come after you, guess what? You're still more likely to win the fight, because politics is all about organized interests pushing for what they want. And the unions have done this for a long time. They're special interest number one when it comes to the education system. But if you have more parents on board fighting back, you're more likely to win against the authoritarians who want to come after your freedom. And so you should get a bigger tent, a broader coalition, through allowing people to have the choice. And by the way, this is all voluntary. As libertarians, we understand and respect the right of everybody else. If you're not going to take the money, you don't have to. But if other families can't afford it, or if they can't make it work for whatever other reason, they should be able to make that cost-benefit decision for their own families. And then if you want to convince them otherwise, that's in your right to be able to do so. But look, we're already spending the money anyway. We should, instead of sending it to the government institutions directly year after year, we should give families the choice to be able to say, you know what, if I don't want to take that, fine. One other thing on Illinois, Chicago teachers' unions were the worst over the past few years. Anybody on X probably saw that the union tweeted out in 2021 that the push to reopen schools is rooted in racism, sexism, and misogyny. I don't even know, where does that even come from? I mean, they threw every buzzword at the wall just to see what would stick. It didn't work out for them, thankfully. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for them. It didn't work out for them. And they ended up deleting the tweet right after I replied to them. I usually get in pretty quick, and I replied with the headline from CNN of all places. They usually like CNN. I guess they didn't like this one, but it was a headline citing a Harvard study, which they usually like Harvard too, and it found that, if anything, the school closures were disproportionately hurting kids from non-white families and from low-income families. So there goes your tweet saying that this is opening schools hurts. You know, it's racist. I mean, it just totally flew in the face of the evidence, and they deleted their tweet. They also had a board member vacationing in Puerto Rico after they said it was unsafe to reopen schools, but they're going to fly around 1,000 miles to get somewhere else to go vacation. It's safe enough to do that. Why wasn't it safe enough to open the schools? Well, it was safe enough to open the schools. So look, the private schools were open, the grocery stores were open, everything else was open. You had bars open when the schools were still closed. The science, the data had shown us consistently that kids had the lowest risk from the virus. The schools should have been the first thing to open. They were the last. Why? Because it had nothing to do with safety and everything to do with politics. The unions lobbied the CDC to make it more difficult to reopen schools in person. They knew they could hold children's education hostage to secure billions of dollars in ransom payments, and they did. They received $190 billion in so-called COVID relief since 2020. You had daycares open. Look, anybody from California? I know you don't want to admit it. I know. Hey, you traveled far. Thanks for coming all the way to New Hampshire. Maybe you should make that move permanent. But they had their schools closed more than basically anybody else. But there was a private school near Sacramento. Don't tell anybody I was born in Sacramento. Nobody knows this, but my dad was in the Air Force. We moved to San Antonio by the time I was 4 years old, where I went into the government school system. So if I made any mistakes today, I'm sorry. I went to government schools for K through 12 for 13 years of my life. I regret it. I mean, a lot of people tell you that, if you homeschool, you can't do that because of the socialization aspect. I experienced some socialization, but it wasn't the right kind of a socialization. I mean, there was bullying, there was fighting, there was drugs. I mean, maybe the libertarians might like that in the audience, but I didn't get wound up in that, and certainly not for at the age that I was at. I mean, there was a lot of drugs on my middle school campus, and I had a friend. I actually still know this guy. He ended up, I think he ended up in prison later on, but he kind of told me that, look, Corey, you're not walking the correct way. You're not walking like you have a limp. I was supposed to go like this. I can't even do it now, but like, I wasn't walking the right way. It wasn't the cool way to walk, but that was kind of like, that was the socialization that I went through during the school system. But yeah, in Sacramento, let me get back to my story. Thankfully, I remembered to get off this tangent and go back. But the reason I brought this up was there was a private school in California. They had a closure order that only applied to schools, but not to daycares. Now, if you were, if you're sitting there and you're doing the same thing, but you were learning, all of a sudden it was dangerous. So they rebranded themselves as a daycare. How about that? How about that? So they did that, so like, it just went and showed you the unions were lobbying for closures. The private schools were fighting like hell, trying to figure out how to open. Why? Because markets work. It's about incentives. Bottom-up competition it told the private schools that if we don't open up, we're probably going to have to close for good. Whereas the government schools, they knew that if they kept their doors closed, they could financially profit from doing so. First of all, they could work at home in their pajamas, but they'd also get even more money for being closed. They could use that conversation at the bargaining table as leverage to say, look, we're not open because we need more money. If anything, I did a study showing that the schools that had more money were less likely to open. How does that work out? I mean, they didn't spend the money on reopening schools. They spent it on hiring more people. Why is that? Because the government school system has become, it always has been, more of a jobs program for adults than an education initiative for kids. It's a sad reality. They went on a hiring spree. Look at Chicago right now. Since 2019, we have data on this. They have lost 10% of their student population. People are leaving the Chicago public schools, but guess what they did with hiring? It increased by 20%. They've increased hiring by 20%. In what other industry do you lose 10% of your customer base? Then you say, oh, it might be a good idea to hire 20% more people. So the unions push for this over and over again. Why? Because they get paid based on how many students, they get paid based on how many teachers and employees are in the system. That means more dues-paying members for the union. And so they have an incentive just to push more people. What does that mean for teacher salaries? I mentioned earlier, 170% more money has been poured into the public school system since 1970, inflation adjusted, but teacher salaries have been flat, about 3%. Since 2000, we have data on this nationwide. The number of students in the system has been basically flat by about a 5% increase in enrollment. Hopefully we can reverse that trend and make it negative. And in recent years, it actually has been negative. There's been a mass exodus from the government school system. Over 1 million kids have left government schools since the COVID era. We got some rookie numbers. We got to pump those numbers up. Let's keep it going. But yeah, I mean, homeschooling is partially to thank. The unions are partially to thank. But since 2000, while enrollment in the long-term trend has been a 5% increase, teachers have increased by about 10% in that system. Administrators, about 19 times the rate of the student enrollment growth. About 95% increase in administrators since 2000. Priorities, yeah, boo. I mean, what do we do with that? Well, we have to inject more competition into the system. We have to allow families to vote
As
with their
fiat
feet.
fuels endless wars.
I mean, I don't know. I wasn't talking about wars today, but yeah, it's in the endless wars. I mean, the teachers' unions have waged war on our kids, but we're winning this war. Finally, we're winning the battles. We're winning the war. And, look, we have some more work to do. I mean, there's blue states that haven't come along. California, I don't know how long this is going to take. New York, anybody from New York? I don't know how long this is going to take. But look, the way I think this goes forward is that the non-Democrat controlled states, they are the first movers. And hopefully, our states start to behave like the laboratories of democracy that the founders intended. And if the blue states don't do that, hopefully they'll become red or purplish states. Maybe some libertarians can win office in those locations. Or maybe you'll have some Democrats defect on the issue. I mean, school choice isn't a partisan issue. You look at the latest polling, I mean, not just the latest. I mean, over time, it's always been the case that you have a supermajority support of Republicans, Democrats, Independents supporting the concept of the money following the child. But you have Democrats vote against it. Why? The teachers' unions have become an arm of the Democrat Party. They basically always have been. They're a money laundering operation for the Democrats. I mentioned Randy Weingarten earlier. 99% of her campaign contributions in 2024 went to the Democrat Party. Wash, rinse, repeat. It's a money laundering operation. It ought to be illegal. We should abolish public sector unions altogether once and for all. They're too involved in politics. Maybe that's where we go next. A lot of people are like, once you win the school choice fight, where do we go next, Corey? Well, let's get rid of all the public sector unions. They use taxpayers' money to lobby against the taxpayers. It makes zero sense. Even FDR knew that there were problems with public sector unions, and we're seeing this in Chicago right now. I'm talking to you, Illinois, because Mayor Brandon Johnson, I mean, he is a clown show. He's running that city into the ground. Guess where he came from before? He was an organizer for the Chicago Teachers Union. Aha! Funny how that works. That was his main funder. They poured millions of dollars into his campaign, and he basically still, in deep blue Chicago, only won his mayor's election by like 3.5 points against another independent that was basically known to be a friend of Republicans. He had the backing of a lot of the Republicans, and he still, Mayor Johnson, only won by 3.5 points. So a lot of people will point to Chicago and say, Corey, you're winning everywhere, but you're not. I mean, the worst places are like Chicago, where they push to close the school the most. They're still running the school system into the ground. They have 30 to 40 government-run schools where they have 0% math proficiency rates. Not a single kid proficient in math. They spend over $30,000 per kid. Anybody know there's teachers union boss out there? Her name is Stacey Davis Gates, and she's the head of the teachers union. Guess what she called school choice a couple years ago? She said it was racist. Anybody could have guessed it. I mean, they called reopening schools racist. They called school choice racist. Guess what we found out last year? She sends her own kid to a private school. So are you telling on yourself? Are you calling yourself racist? Or are you just using that as a tool, as a hammer to fight against any policy that hurts your bottom line? And the private school she sends her kid to actually costs half as much as the government schools and only costs about $15,000 per year. So hey, let's make a deal. Let's have other families have school choice too and only give us half the money. And that's kind of how it works in New Hampshire. I mean, half would be a bargain. It would be a big deal for families at this point because the state share of total funding in New Hampshire is only like a fifth. It's like $5,000 per scholarship, whereas the government schools are spending far north of $20,000 per student. There was a bill a couple years ago filed, I don't know if Glenn Cordelli ran the bill or not, but he was definitely a supporter of it. Anybody know Glenn? He's a great guy. You hear Glenn? Next time, come by next time. But he had ran a bill that got tabled, unfortunately. We need to do some more primary work in New Hampshire, let me tell you. But it was basically to allow the local funding to follow the student too. If Verville, Kev, and see here, he local EFA. So if he, all right, so go Kevin, right? Yep. I think I follow him on Twitter, X. But anybody still call X Twitter these days? I'm sorry, I make mistakes too. I promise not to call. It's like always in the back of my mind is something I always have to correct and call it X. But that's the next move, I think, is to allow the local funding if your district opts in to allow that. So it's not forced upon a district. It's obviously never forced upon an individual family, but that will allow for more meaningful options to prosper as well. I think the next move, you now have universal school choice, is to blow up the system, get as many people signed up as possible, and make people like Deb, the teachers union president here, freak out even more. It'll be fantastic. What's the current enrollment in the EFAs here? Jody, do you know? A lot. So basically, we need to pump those numbers up here as well. I know there is a limitation in the bill that actually passed. And Jason, you might know more specifics on the bill, but I know there was a different version in the House than there was in the Senate. I like the House version better. I think the Senate version actually passed. But look, we can't make perfect the enemy of the good. You take the win you can. You pick that battle another day. But basically the limitation was that if you hit the cap of 10,000 students, then basically the additional students aren't going to get the scholarships. So, but there's an automatic escalator in the bill. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Let the man speak. But there is an automatic escalator in the bill, which is a welcome inclusion, that if you hit that, it'll increase the cap by 25% the next go around. So we're not even anywhere near, I think, to the 10,000 student. We're at 5,000, we're about half, so it's not a limiting factor right now. But with the expansion, maybe at some point it does become a limiting factor. So this is one of those things. Look, libertarians, we like to overthink things sometimes, and I preferred the House version, but I wasn't going to go kill the Senate version because I was going to stomp my feet and take my football and go home, right? You have to understand where the victories are. And look, if Randy Weingarten's against it, it's probably a good idea. That's a good heuristic. It's not always true, but Randy Weingarten, so like there's another thing. Randy Weingarten was in favor of banning cell phones in schools. And before I knew that, I was kind of thinking maybe that's a good idea. But then I was like, hold on, why would Randy Weingarten support this? And then like right after the election, I started getting some parents sending me some recordings from their students in the classroom. One of them was about a teacher in Los Angeles area in California, went on an anti-Trump tirade, said that everybody was going to end up in concentration camps, basically said it was going to be another Holocaust because Trump won. I shared that on social media. The dude went on he got a, I don't know if he's still employed or not, but he got administrative leave. He was probably paid. You know how that works. They go into the rubber room and they separate him from the kids, and they end up taking taxpayer dollars anyway, which is another thing that we need to reform. But maybe Randy Weingarten's in favor of the cell phone ban because it's exposing the rot in the system. I mean, this is why we're winning on school choice right now. With the COVID closures, families got to see what was happening. They saw divisive ideology. They saw gender ideology in the classroom. And look, maybe you're in favor of all those things, but the problem is with the government school system, it's one size fits all, and there's basically, people are going to disagree about how they want to raise their kids. That's just a fact of life. The problem is we force millions of families, about 50 million kids a year, it's less now because of the COVID mass exodus, maybe 49 million, but we force them into this system where you're going to have some people like it, and a lot of people aren't going to like it. It's not one size fits all. It's more like one size fits none. And you're forced to pay for it, and if you want to go somewhere else, you basically have to pay twice. You have to pay out of pocket for the private or homeschool experience, or even through opportunity cost. If you could have made money doing something else, now you're homeschooling. And then you're also paying for the school you're not using. In what other industry do we do this? I mean, imagine if you were assigned to a grocery store or a restaurant based on where you lived, and you couldn't go anywhere else unless you wanted to pay twice or you had to move houses. I mean, that would make zero sense. That would create so much monopoly power in that system. You'd have food poisoning every year, and if you complained about it, they'd tell you, go complain at the grocery board. We'll change it next time. Maybe we'll call you a domestic terrorist. That happened at the school board meetings, actually. There were some families who were upset about critical race theory, and they got labeled. There was an FBI threat tag that actually was created specifically for parents protesting at school board meetings. Well, that was not a good move because that was the National School Boards Association that sent a letter to the Biden administration calling for this. They invoked the Patriot Act of all things to weaponize the federal government on parents who were doing what the unions always told them to do. They always said they had democratic accountability. We see how good that worked out. It didn't work out. I mean, they called us terrorists. It's not true accountability. Top-down accountability never works. And even in places like Texas where we've banned divisive concepts like critical race theory, guess what? We have undercover video from Accuracy in Media. They've gone into public school districts where they admit they're doing it anyway. It's just, they'll just call it something else. They'll move the goalposts. They now say, well, we don't call it that anymore. We'll call it social emotional learning, and we're still going to get away with it. And by the way, if they find that out and they figure out what we're doing, we're not going to call it DEI. We're going to call it student mental health support. And if they figure that out, at the end of the day, behind closed doors, the employees are going to do what they want anyway. So don't worry about it. And so, like, top-down reform doesn't work. It has to come from the bottom up. That's the only true form of accountability, foot voting. Just like in every other industry, it works for education too. You might not like this as libertarians, but we find this all across the country. 26 of 29 studies find positive effects of school choice competition on the outcomes in the government schools. It's a rising tide that lifts all boats. It's a win-win solution. It's not really public versus private. It's not student versus teacher. It's just about freedom of choice. And again, if you like your public school, you can keep your public school. If you want to fight to get rid of that later, maybe I'll help you in that battle. It's probably not going to happen anytime soon. But there was a guy from Honduras here earlier. Are you still here? What is it, Prospera? You guys are doing it right. We got to figure out what you're doing. Homeschooling is basically the norm in Prospera. So thank you for coming by the talk as well. We'll hear from you soon, I think. And I think, look, I usually talk for 20 minutes. It's been almost 40, and we have some really smart people in the audience. I think we should open it up to audience Q&A because you've probably heard all of these arguments before anyway. You've heard all the teachers union talking points. They're not any good. I'm not going to go over a myth-busting session with you. But one other thing before we start coming up for questions. But the last thing I'll mention is something that's in the news lately. I started, if you're following me on X, you've already seen this. But I've started to reveal that people so the New York Times just the other day reported that Randi Weingarten was leaving the Democrat National Committee. She had a high-up position, an at-large member of the DNC. And they just kind of reported on it, and I was just over here like, did I miss something here? She was in the DNC for 23 years. I watch this stuff every day. I don't like Randi Weingarten very much, and so I have my opposition research lined up. I didn't know she was in the DNC for 23 years. Did anybody else know this? If you raise your hand, you're probably lying. I didn't want to admit this at first. I was asking my friends in private chats, like, did I get something wrong? Did any of you guys know about this? These people are dialed in. This is their full-time job to think about these things, and they didn't know either. She was on their rules committee, a powerful committee, for 16 years. And then I was like, okay, why is she leaving the DNC? Is it because the DNC has just lost their minds? It's the other way around, I think. So I started doing some digging, and it turns out she got pulled off the rules committee earlier this year in February or something, and no one really reported on that either. This is just another story of why the media sucks, by the way. They probably knew this, the DC insiders, but they didn't report on it because they would always quote Randi as the representation of the teachers. She's such a great person. She has no political interest at all. If they would have reported that she was at the table with the people they're donating money to get into office, then it would have been very clear that they were an arm of the Democrat Party. It was a one-sided political operation forever. And this has been going on. Anybody know the Open Secrets website? It's a pretty good resource. I recommend it. No, they're not paying me to say this. I just use it all the time. But if you look, they have data since 1990, and every single election cycle, every 2 years, Randi Weingarten's union has provided at least, if you look at the minimum year, it's usually over 99%, but at least 97% of their campaign contributions funneled it back into Democrat campaign coffers to their buddies in the Democrat Party. And now we're finding out that Randi, and just yesterday I reported myself, because the New York Times didn't report this because I started digging into it, her vice presidents of the AFT are also still at the Democrat National Committee. Becky Pringle, the head of the NEA, the largest teachers union in the country. Anybody heard of Becky Pringle? She has actually the bigger union of about 3 million members as opposed to 1.8 million in Randi's. But most people don't know about her as much. But she fought to keep the schools closed too. She's just as crazy as Randi. At her latest national convention, I shared a post. If you just look up Corey DeAngelis, you know how to search on X, Unhinged Lunatic, you'll find the video. but basically, she's going like this. She's like a Dwight Schrute. She starts hitting the table. She's doing the Mussolini, and she's saying like, "We're gonna win. We're gonna win all the things, all the things." Like she said it like 20 times. Like, what things are you talking about? The money, we knew that, but also the ability to mold the minds of other people's children. I mean, this is a weird incestuous relationship between the Union and the Democrat Party. It's insane. It's just all coming to the surface right now. And look, sunlight's the best disinfectant. If you're not on social media, probably good for your mental health. Look, I wake up in the mornings, I don't need coffee anymore. I look at Twitter or X. I don't recommend it. It's probably bad for my mental health. It's probably why I'm going halfway insane these days. But it is a good substitute for coffee. It's a good way to wake up. Or if you have a baby like me, you don't need either of those things anymore. You just kind of wake up. I got a 10-month-old. Her name is Angelina. If you follow me on Next, you've probably seen some pictures of her. She's fantastic. And I'm already homeschooling her. We already homeschooled before kindergarten, right? Like, we're all homeschoolers. And I hope to continue that trend. And how do we learn these days? We look things up. I mean, if we started sending our kids to the government when they were born, everybody would ask, how would you learn how to walk without the government? How would you learn how to read or talk without the government? And we're doing the same thing right now. How are you going to be able to educate your kids when they're 5 without the government? I know you do it at 3 and 4, but how are you going to do it at 5 without the government? I'm sure we can figure it out, especially with places like Baltimore, where they have 40% of their high school kids have 0% math proficiency rates. Chicago, they have 0% math proficiency in 30, 40 schools. It's insane. They're failure factories. Parents, you can do it. You're smarter than these people. And even if you're not, guess what? You can choose your doctor without being a doctor yourself. You can choose your car without building the car yourself. It's not rocket science. You can figure it out. People kind of know what the best schools or co-ops or homeschool pods are. You can ask questions. You can look things up. You can do this. So I want you to take some form of confidence from this talk as well. We're winning on the policy side, but you can also do it yourself too. So don't feel like you need to lean on anybody else. But let's open it up to questions. Thank you guys so much for coming out. And thanks, Randy Weingarten. You're doing the Lord's work. We have like 18 minutes for questions. Let's try to keep it at a question, not a comment. If you want to comment, that's fine too. I've learned I can't really police those things. But if it's going to be a comment, don't filibuster. Come on, man. Don't speak for the whole 20 minutes. But yeah, I'm happy you guys are lined up for questions, and let's take it away. Thank you.
Okay, I am looking for a devastating comeback, and I'll make an example. I've been to school board meetings, and I've always wanted to say, make some comment to which they would say, well, what do you know about teaching? And my response would be, I used to teach people to fly airplanes. If I screwed up, there was a funeral, you screw up, you just promote them.
I love it. I mean, my quick comeback is that, look, I kind of said it at the end of the talk right now. Parents can figure it out. You don't need to be a doctor to choose your doctor. Mm-hmm. And I think Milton Friedman had a great quote. I don't really use it all that much because I don't know if the person I'm arguing has cancer or not. But anybody remember the cancer quote by Milton Friedman? It's basically, like they'll say he's not a doctor. So I don't remember what the exchange was, but he says something along the lines of, you don't need to have cancer in order to treat someone for cancer. Basically, you don't need to be a part of the problem to solve the problem. And so I don't use that because I don't know like who I'm arguing with unless I do some research on them beforehand. But that's another comeback. You can maybe twist it if you want, but also you can just throw it back on the status quo and say, do you guys know how to teach either? And then bring up their math proficiency rates. Okay. They're usually not that great.
That was my example. The one I need a comeback for is when I go to their budget meetings where they're trying to take their already bloated budget and expand it even more. And when I argue against it, they're going to say, who paid for your education?
Who are the what?
Who paid for your education? And the best that I can come back with is, slavery was legal at one time too.
Oh, boom. So who paid for your education was basically the comeback, is the argument they've made?
That's what they would say as I argue against
I'm paying for it, it's my
budget.
money. What are you talking about? It's my money. So are they saying that because you went to a public school or?
Well, I did go to a public school, a government school, but I go to the budget meeting or the deliberative session where they argue about this and try to get even more money. And they're going to, if I say, you know, you don't need that much money, and they're going to say, or taxpayers shouldn't be funding this, they're going to say, who paid for your education? And I need a good comeback for that.
I'd say me, I'm a taxpayer. Let me take that money somewhere else. Yeah, the parents did. So it's our money that you extorted from us. But I mean, you don't really want to use extortion in the media. I would just say it's my money.
But
I paid for it.
Their idea is that other parents paid for my education, and therefore I should pay for the education of everybody else.
I mean, I would sidestep that conversation and point out, look, we've thrown more money at the problem. Things haven't gotten much better. So I would use historical data. And so I don't know what your specific spending numbers are, but I would just say, hey, look, our spending has increased by 100%. It's doubled since in this time period. Have the outcomes doubled? And then they'll say no.
Well,
Obviously,
actually, they may
they'll say, well,
have.
if we try this again, I mean, they might point out.
No, they may have doubled, as in they used to have 40% that couldn't read and write, and they're down to 20.
Well, there, look, yeah, so spending goes up, outcomes got worse. We should reduce spending if we look at that correlation.
Exactly. Who but a
but
fool
like, to
would
get
vote
to the
to
heart of
continue
your
the
argument,
trend?
like your argument in particular is that if we spend more, it's not going to improve things. You're not calling to zero out the funding. You're just saying we shouldn't increase it, right? So
personally, I wouldn't mind zeroing
I know, but
out the
like
funding,
for this,
that's not going to fly.
Like you don't want to go there, right? You want to, like what you're currently trying to do to just win in the policy relevant circle is you're not trying to increase.
In the wallet.
Yeah, so if you're not trying to increase, that's the battle you're having today. I would just say, I'm not calling to abolish it altogether right now. Taxpayers would still fund education. I'm just saying that we shouldn't increase it to where it's probably not going to lead to better outcomes. So I mean, that's where I would go with it.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Has there been any movement nationally or any states to end the compulsory attendance? Because I think that would be a stit. That we, New Hampshire still has it.
Yeah. I'm glad I saw Connor Boyack in the room. Where you at, Connor? I think you're next. You might be next. There you go. You didn't come to see my talk. I mean, you've heard it all. Right. I actually have a co-authored book with Connor, by the way. He's fantastic. It's called Mediocrity. 40 Ways Government Schools Are Failing Today's Students. It came out on the 40th anniversary of the Nation at Risk Report. Anybody heard of the Nation at Risk Report? Well, read the book and you'll figure it out. But we have these 40 examples. We really had to cut things down to get it down, because there was like 4,000 ways the government schools were failing today's kids. But in Utah, there's a way around compulsory attendance laws that started during COVID, right? Yeah. Yeah, so look at what Utah is doing. You guys have kind of just like pushed it year by year, right? They killed it. Okay, but that may be a way. Look, Rahm Emanuel, I know he said never let a crisis go to waste, but Milton Friedman actually had a similar quote, which was the way that, that was my other quote I brought up, but the way that you change things. It was about, there's a point where, you know, only real change comes through a crisis, whether it's real or perceived. Anybody heard that Milton Friedman quote before? And he basically said that the ideas that are laying around at the time will determine what that change looks like. So that applies to the post-COVID school choice boom, but it also applies to the next time we have a crisis. Hopefully we don't. I mean, I can't believe we all just kind of laid down and took it during COVID. This was like the lowest risk thing we've ever seen. We had data on it, and people just kind of said, fine, we'll mask everywhere. I mean, that virus must have been real smart with the schools and the daycares, by the way. It knew. If you were learning, I'm going to get you. But if you weren't, if you're just sitting there like at a daycare, it was going to turn off and you were going to be safe. It was actually a very courteous virus, too. Anybody fly during COVID? So, like, you know how, like, you take your mask off at the same time, everybody in that little metal plane, and everybody would eat their snacks at the same time, even during COVID, and drink their waters or whatever they would pass out. COVID was very courteous to say that, you know, if you're eating, I'm going to give you a second. I'm going to wait for you to put your mask on. Then I'm going to come back and I'm going to be very dangerous again after you eat. I mean, anybody had to go to a restaurant during COVID? And, like, it made no sense, right? Like, you'd put your mask on when you'd get there. And then they're like, oh, you better have your mask on. I went somewhere in D.C. I literally walked like 10 feet. Yep. Put your mask on. Sit down. Take your mask on. And I'd look at the waiter like, you know, this is stupid, right? Like, yep. And so, like, I guess in, like, places like D.C. where they would do that, maybe New Hampshire did these same ridiculous things as well, especially in the cities, is they would I guess COVID would fly around up here, but once you sat down, it's like, all right, I can take my mask off now, it's fine. But
the plastic screens too?
yes, yeah, and they kept them after COVID, and they did the whole outdoors things, and like they build like extra buildings. Anyway, we're running out of time. Look to Connor for the compulsory education law stuff. I don't know if there's other states that have taken these approaches, but you can basically circumvent compulsory education with homeschooling if you have enough freedom to homeschool. So I would say the more realistic fight is to make homeschooling as free as possible in your state. And if they come after you, like they did in Illinois, show up, rise up in a peaceful way and tell them, hell no, they're not your kids, they're mine. And so I'm going to direct the upbringing of my children. Thanks.
So my question is, do you ever use the argument that education is the value inculcating process, as is religion, and there is a ban in the First Amendment between the state and religion, and education is actually the same as education is the same as religion, and the task that Skull and Bones took on from 1830 was to establish that the government could control the educational or the value inculcating process.
Yeah.
Do you ever talk about that?
Yeah, so I'll hit that in a second, but everybody knows we got our school system from modern-day Germany, Prussia, right, in the 1830s. The father of public education, his name was Horace Mann. He was the first Secretary of Education in Massachusetts. They got their first compulsory education law in the country in 1852. Actually, the first one in the colonies was from the 1600s. I forget the specific year, but it was called the Old Deluder Satan Act. It was actually explicitly religious. But there's no such thing even today as a values-neutral education. When it started in Massachusetts with Horace Mann, his whole vision that he got from Prussia was to create obedient soldiers, obedient factory workers. It wasn't about education to begin with.
Make that argument.
Yes, I make it quite a bit, and it's a good argument. But you know, some people might say, "Oh, it's a genetic fallacy just because it happened a long time ago doesn't mean it's happening today." But it is happening today. Every single thing looks the same as it did a long time ago. It's you have school buses that look like prison buses, and it's basically. What is Michael Malice's best quote? Schools are just basically prisons for children, where one of the only places they'll ever experience violence in their lives. He also has another quote that socialists regard your property as their property, but even more nefariously regard your children as their property. And so I do make this argument, and what's interesting is a lot of people will say, school choice is a violation of the separation of church and state. My quick response is those words aren't in the Constitution. They're talking about an established state religion. School choice doesn't do that in any way. We've won at the Supreme Court year after year. Since 2002, we've had decades of Supreme Court precedents on our side on the school choice front. And it's the same reason why you can have Pell Grants without violating the separation of church and state. But I like to take it a step further and say that, and I made this argument in a 2018 article in the Detroit News of all places, and there's been legal scholars in the Florida Law Review that made this argument even before me. The last names of Salander and Calabrese were the scholars, and they made the argument that actually school choice is required under our Constitution because the government school system discriminates against religious families. You can make a 14th Amendment argument, but you could also make a First Amendment argument that it discriminates, and more recently someone wrote about this in the Wall Street Journal around the COVID era. It was Phil Hamburger, I think his last name was. He wrote about it in the Wall Street Journal. He's a legal scholar, and he wrote about how the First Amendment, because the government school system coupled with compulsory funding and compulsory education laws is a violation of the First Amendment because it's basically compelled government speech. Right. And so, you know, one way is to abolish the whole system and give us our money back. How about that? But each state constitution does have education in it, so that would be the tougher lift. The more feasible policy solution is to say, keep the money the same, but let parents, if they vehemently disagree with what is happening in the schools, let them go somewhere else. And there's actually a federal court case that's dealing with this right now. In California, of all places, that we just won. A lot of people don't hear about that. Hey, we win sometimes in California. Oh, wow. But this case actually ruled that, so parents were in the dark about this gender ideology stuff that was going on in California, and the parents were pissed, and they said, look, next time just tell us about it, and hey, we're not going to say you can't do it, but let us opt out. If we don't want that, let us opt out. The school doubled down and said, no, those are our kids. We're going to teach them how we want to teach them. Even if you don't like it, then too bad, and you still have to pay us your money in taxes every year. And the parents said, to hell with this. They filed a lawsuit, and they won in federal court. And the result happened to be that they can opt out, and the school has to tell them about these things in the future. So it's not the triumphant victory that I would like, but it's a step in the right direction. And hey, if the teachers' unions are dumb enough, and they're dumb in a lot of ways, they'll file that up and appeal it to the Supreme Court to where maybe we can win on a national scale as well.
What about the idea of the voucher so that everybody can choose? In other words, we need to have public financing of education, otherwise we don't have educational opportunity.
Yeah.
But why not just make public education your right to a voucher?
So that's basically what I've been arguing this whole past hour. So I think, that's, maybe that's another result of such a case where they say, we're not going to abolish everything, but at least let the money follow the child. I have 3 minutes. Let's try to get the next 3 questions speed round.
Mine will be quick because I was just about to talk about the gender stuff. Back in my freshman year of high school, I was mandatorily required to do a unit on gender theory. And yes, I'm a Californian. And my question, you presented a political combat to combat politically in the court. My question was going to be more of an alternative means for parents to combat this, especially since they didn't tell my parents that I was being indoctrinated in this, and I told them myself. And so unless if their child is telling their parents about this, the parents would not know that that they're sending their children to gender propaganda school.
Yeah, look, you got to talk to your kids. You got to ask them these questions. And so, look, I'd say there are legal remedies as well. And who's ready to get rid of the Department of Education finally? Fantastic. It hasn't happened yet. We're trying to give it death by 1,000 cuts and kill it from the inside. With Linda McMahon, anybody heard of her? I hope she gets in there and body slams that department once and for all. But it hasn't happened yet. We need a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate. That's probably not going to happen anytime soon. But let's use it to our advantage right now. In federal education law right now, for special needs kids, you can compel the district to fund your child's private education in any state, anywhere, even if you don't have school choice, even if you're in California, if they're violating your right as a special needs student. So now you have to have a special needs kind of label, but that's one way to get school choice even in blue states like California and New York. And I'm on the board of Liberty Justice Center. We have been racking up W's on the legal front. Most recently in places like Texas, they were using school district resources to lobby against school choice and to get involved in the primaries. They got they were basically sued by the Attorney General. So that's it. We should hit them at the flanks, fight at the policy front, but fight at the legal front too. Let's get to the next question.
All right, so I'm a I'll be quick. I'm a pharmacologist by training. I wanted to get your thoughts. I think one of the biggest dangers of public schools, surprisingly no federal money has gone to researching this. If you're a student in a public school, you're much more likely to be on a psychotropic drug, which changes your behavior, and I would argue in a not positive way. How do we get a study done so that we can show homeschoolers, people who choose alternative educational paths, are less likely to be on psychotropic drugs, which definitely impact mental health?
Yep.
It increases the risk of suicide, which is horrible.
So Connor's next. I'm going to answer in 15 seconds.
Thank you.
Basically, they have an incentive to label you as special needs. They have an incentive to over-medicate your children, and this is particularly bad for young boys who are fidgety, who need to move around to learn at a young age, and that's the factory model school system tells them that they are broken. Your child is not broken. They're normal. They're beautiful the way that God intended them to be, and the school system is what is broken, so let's fight back.
Thank you.
Jody, I'll talk to you afterwards. Thank you.
Let's give another round of applause for Corey DeAngelis. Thank you. So great to have you here, Corey, especially on the heels of the tremendous school choice victory in New Hampshire. Our next speaker is also someone who is not a stranger to education for kids and imparting good liberty values that kids of all ages can understand. Most kids become casualties in the mind war without ever realizing it. How can we protect them and prepare them to help us fight the enemy? Connor is best known as author of the acclaimed Tuttle Twins book series, which has sold over 6 million copies. The Tuttle Twins books teach kids and their parents the ideas of a free society. He is also the executive producer of the Tuttle Twins animated cartoon series. A self-made entrepreneur, Connor is founder and president of the Libertas Network, an association of family-facing initiatives that change hearts, minds, and laws to create a freer future. And one anecdote I heard recently that I thought was very fitting was I heard that in Argentina, where there's government TV systems that the President Javier Milei was trying to abolish because government shouldn't be in the business of all this, they wouldn't let him do it. So he replaced a lot of the kids programming with the Tuttle Twins cartoon series. Maybe the status will now let him abolish the government TV channels. Anyway, please give a warm round of applause and welcome to the stage, Connor Boyack.
All right, PorcFest, how we doing? Everyone doing good? It has been a wild week. We've had a state senator get assassinated in Minnesota. Do you see that? We had, riots in LA. We had, of course, all the Iran stuff. I'm reminded of the quote from Tom Woods. He said something like, no matter who you vote for, you get John McCain. You heard Tom say that? So now we got all this Iran stuff. I thought we'd use Iran as a little bit of a thought experiment as we get started. So for all the parents in the room, I want you to imagine your kids, if they're young, imagine them older, and imagine that we end up in World War III. And your children get drafted because it's so unpopular of a war, we get the draft reinstated, and your child or children are sent to the front lines in Iran halfway around the world. But imagine in this scenario that things are so rushed, so haphazard, that your children are not given any armor. They're not given a weapon. They're not trained on the knowledge of the enemy, where the enemy is, what the rules of engagement are. They're just sent into the Middle East to fend for themselves. You would be apoplectic, like it just sounds absurd to even entertain this idea. My contention, and what we're going to talk about today, is that this is precisely what parents do when it comes to the psychological battlefields that we're in. When we are in a mind war, and too few parents provide their children the armor and the weaponry and the knowledge of the enemy about how to survive the mind war and how to help others. So I want to unpack that a little bit with you today. We're going to start with a quote. We'll see if the, let's see, we might need Miranda in the back to help out. Okay, so this quote from Michael Novak is the basis of what we're going to talk about today. Between the omnipotent state and the naked individual looms the first line of resistance against totalitarianism, the economically and politically independent family protecting the space within which free and independent individuals may receive the necessary years of nurture. Okay? To me, that's a powerful quote. One of my criticisms of our movement is too frequently we focus on adults. Most organizations in the libertarian movement, the freedom movement more broadly, however you want to describe that, it's all about adult outreach. And we're not talking to kids. We're not talking to the rising generation. We're not talking to families. When the family is the intermediating institution to keep the state at bay. Now, what is the state? You guys all know this. I often speak to like homeschool crowds, and they think I'm talking about like the state of New Hampshire or the state of Texas. You all know what we mean by state. Let's Miranda, if you can go to the next slide, let's pull up the video. We're going to have Neo explain what it is. Or Morpheus, rather.
The Matrix is a system, Neo. That system is our enemy. But when you're inside, you look around, what do you see? Businessmen, teachers, lawyers, carpenters, the very minds of the people we are trying to save. But until we do, these people are still a part of that system, and that makes them our enemy. You have to understand, most of these people are not ready to be unplugged. And many of them are so inert, so hopelessly dependent on the system, that they will fight to protect it.
All right, you can go past it, Miranda.
Are you listening to me, Neo?
All right, so the state is a system. It's a system of people. It is not this abstraction. It's not this entity. It's not big government. I think of the scripture from Isaiah 3. It says, "And the people shall be oppressed, everyone by another, and everyone by his neighbor." To me, that is the state. I know of no better definition than the state, other than maybe what Frederick Bastiat said when he said that the state is that great fiction through which we live at the expense of everyone else. Right? It's such a powerful Bastiat quote. Now, as we get into it, I want to unpack the state in three groups. I think fundamentally, when we're talking about protecting our kids in the mind war, there's three primary subsets of the state that we're talking about. It's propagandists, it's politicians, and it's pundits. And then later, I want to talk about, in this mind war, what is our armor? What is our weaponry? Not only for ourselves, but then for our kids. So first, let's talk about propagandists. Miranda, go ahead and hit it. When we think about propaganda, we think about Goebbels, right? When I say propaganda, most of you, your minds go to World War II. Goebbels was the Minister of Public Enlightenment and Propaganda. In 1933, appointed to this position after Hitler rises to power, he wrote in his journal, so he was kind of a newspaper dude, he was a media guy, he had a way with words, and after he hears Hitler for the first time, he writes this in his journal: "It is impossible to reproduce what Hitler said. It must be experienced. He's a genius, the natural, creative instrument of a fate determined by God. I am deeply moved." And so with the Nazis, they produced like low-cost radios. They banned listening to radio stations, frequencies in other countries. They produced these low-cost radios so that they could directly communicate to the German people. But then, of course, they dominated film and music and journalism. One fellow Nazi leader said of Goebbels that 80 million people were deprived of independent thought through his actions. Now, the question I want to ask you, because this is like the easy, okay, yeah, propaganda, the Nazis, right? But where did Goebbels learn to do what he did? If Hitler says, "You're my guy, you got to create this propaganda system throughout Germany," how do you know how to do that? He was just a normal newspaper guy. How do you create this massive system to influence the masses? Miranda, let's go to the next one for the photo of our friend we're going to talk about. Let's go to the next slide. One more. Okay. Goebbels learned it from this guy. Anyone know? Edward Bernays, gold star for the gentleman in the back. Okay. Edward Bernays, we call him either the father of propaganda. He's also known as the father of public relations. He was, interestingly enough, an Austrian-born Jew. He's the double nephew of Sigmund Freud, both by birth and by marriage. So he's learning from Uncle Freud, how the mind works and our dreams and our thoughts and all this kind of stuff. And he ends up, Bernays, getting a job in the Committee for Public Information, the CPI. Now, the CPI was an agency created by the federal government when World War I broke out. It was literally the propaganda arm of the federal government created to sell the war. Bernays referred to his work with the CPI as psychological warfare. Miranda, let's go to the quote. Bernays says, "There was one basic lesson I learned in the CPI, that efforts comparable to those applied by the CPI to affect the attitudes of the enemy, of neutrals, and people of this country could be applied with equal facility to peacetime pursuits." In other words, what could be done for a nation at war could be done for organizations and people in a nation at peace. So he writes a book called Crystallizing Public Opinion. And he documents some of the work that CPI was doing to shape the behavior of the public. one of the things that Bernays did in peacetime pursuits, this is why he's called the father of public relations as well, because he took these skills that he developed for the government, propaganda, and he started using it for private corporate actors. This is the same thing. They're functionally equivalent. They're synonyms, right? And so one of the things he's most known for, like literally the reason that we drink orange juice for breakfast and like bacon and all these things is because these industries have hired either Bernays himself or people who followed him. One of his more famous examples was from the cigarette companies at the time. The total addressable market for cigarettes was half the population because it was basically only men. It was very kind of socially frowned upon or not real. There wasn't an uptake of women smoking. So the cigarette companies, the industry association, hires Bernays to try and make cigarettes appealing to women. There was this big parade in New York City. He had these supermodel type gals dress up as Lady Liberty, crown on their head. They walked at the front of the procession looking all regal, and they held aloft in their fingers lit cigarettes that they called torches of freedom. And at the time, of course, you've got the suffrage fight and women's empowerment and voting rights, and so he was pairing the use of cigarettes for women with the uprise of women's power, women's rights, women's freedom, and this became the symbol, and women started smoking. So this is the type of stuff that Bernays was doing. Now, he writes in his book, Crystallizing Public Opinion, hey, here's how I'm doing this, and here's what's going on, and that book makes its way into the hands of Goebbels. It is that book that Goebbels reads, almost like a manual of how to do propaganda. Now, Bernays, when he finds out about this, is shocked. Keep in mind, he's an Austrian-born Jew, and now the Nazis are using stuff that he's pioneering, right, to propagandize a nation and attack Austrian-born Jews. But like any tool, like a gun, right, it can be used for good or for ill, and he clearly found that out. Now, Bernays called his work, he earlier called it psychological warfare. He also called it the engineering of consent. Any engineers in the room? All right, we got a handful. For those of you who aren't an engineer, you know what they are. If you want to build this structure, right, you need plans, you need support beams, you need pipes running this way. You're architecting a system so that it works. And you're tweaking that system to make sure that it functions appropriately, right? So the engineering of consent, think about what he means by that term, especially in the context of the Declaration of Independence, that governments derive their just powers from what? The consent of the governed. If people like Bernays can engineer that consent, what does that mean for our governance? Bernays called the engineering of consent the very essence of the democratic process, the freedom to persuade and suggest. He was couching what he was doing on behalf of government actors as just free speech and persuasion. Miranda, let's go to the next quote. Bernays said that the conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country. This was from his book titled Propaganda. It's a very short book. You get it for like $10 on Amazon. Highly, highly recommend reading it. He lays bare, even more so than in Crystallizing Public Opinion, which is also worth reading, how propaganda works. And then, of course, when you realize that a century ago, before he had tools like this, he was as successful as he was, it makes you wonder what's going on today. Now, the CPI, they did all kinds of things, Bernays did. They created this program called 4 Minute Men. And in theaters across the country, people were watching films. And the film would get like a third of the way through the movie or halfway, and then they would have to change the reels, right? Because the film cartridges weren't that big enough to hold all that film. And that took about 4 minutes. So CPI said, let's create a program called 4 Minute Men, and we'll have them posted in theaters in cooperation with the theaters. And in those 4 minutes, while they're changing the reels, our guys will sell the war and try to get people to buy Liberty bonds. They had tens of thousands of these across the country. It was a very rudimentary way of doing propaganda. Our challenge in the mind war is that this stuff can get very sophisticated with very significant, dastardly results. The next video, not quite yet, Miranda, but in a second, I'm going to share about Naira. This comes from the early Gulf War. Iraq invades Kuwait. There's a big frenzy. There's a question of whether the United States is going to get involved. It's similar to what's going on right now with Iran and all this with Israel. There's this question of, should the U.S. support Kuwait financially, with supplies, with soldiers? What do we do? And at the time, polling was very low, just like it is right now with Iran. People don't want war with Iran when you look at public opinion polls. It was similar with Kuwait. That then built up to a congressional hearing in which a 15-year-old girl appeared to share a horrific travesty that she had witnessed. Miranda.
While I was there, I saw the Iraqi soldiers come into the hospital with guns. They took the babies out of the incubators, took the incubators and left the children to die on the cold floor. It was horrifying. I could not help but think of my nephew, who, if born premature, might have died that day as well.
All right. I feel like I'm getting old. I need subtitles on everything. Hopefully you guys heard that okay. She's a 15-year-old girl sharing that she had personally witnessed Iraqi soldiers come into a Kuwaiti hospital and take babies out of their preemie babies out of their incubators and toss them aside to die. It was horrific. And later, when it came time to vote in the Senate whether they should go to war, declare war against Saddam Hussein, the vote margin was 5 votes in the Senate. 7 senators publicly cited the testimony of this girl among the reasons why they had voted to go to war. It turns out that this girl was lying through her teeth. Her name is Naira. She was the daughter of the Kuwaiti ambassador to the United States. She was coached by a PR firm that still exists today. And again, when I say PR, you all ought to think just propaganda from now on, because again, they're synonyms. The PR firm Hill & Knowlton was given a $1 million contract by a group, a shell company called Citizens for a Free Kuwait. And the role of that organization, it was just a little prop-up company funded by the Kuwaiti government, specifically designed with one goal: to induce America into war on behalf of Kuwait. And so they used the ambassador's daughter, they coached her on how to do this. She goes up, completely lies through her teeth, persuades enough senators. You hear this? I mean, the media erupted with this story. It was bonkers. Like, this went viral for back in the day. And people are up in arms. We got to go fight. We got, total propaganda, total lie, total, if anything, false flag. All right, another example. Cuban Missile Crisis, right? We got Cuba on our doorstep. The Soviets are coming in. They're bringing a bunch of missiles and all kinds of stuff's going on. Let's watch, Miranda, a short clip from JFK talking about this.
Good evening, my fellow citizens. This government, as promised, has maintained the closest surveillance of the Soviet military buildup on the island of Cuba. Within the past week, unmistakable evidence has established the fact that a series of offensive missile sites is now in preparation on that imprisoned island. The purpose of these bases can be none other than to provide a nuclear strike capability against the Western Hemisphere.
Okay, so that's the context, but like with Kuwait and Iraq, like now with Iran and Israel, at the time, Americans, based on public opinion polling, did not support invading Cuba. They did not want then, like they don't want now, to trigger World War III with a global nuclear superpower. And so there was a group here in the United States, some of you know this story, so don't tell your neighbor if you already know it. There was this fringe group of radicals, as I like to call them, that did want America to get involved. They wanted to agitate for war. They came up with this plan: what if we kill a bunch of Americans? We'll bomb some cities in Florida. We will shoot down rafts and boats of exiles fleeing Cuba in hopes of freedom and safety. Let's shoot down a plane as well coming from Cuba. Let's do all of this, but make it look like Cuba did it. We'll get some Cuban nationals or people dressed up or whatever, and so we'll blame it on Cuba, and that way we will get Americans so pissed off that Americans and Cubans are being killed by these Cuban nationals, they will demand that we go to war. The fringe group of radicals to which I'm referring got an audience with JFK to propose their plan, which he flatly rejected. Now, why would a group like that get an audience with the President of the United States to sell a false flag proposal? It's because this fringe group of radicals, as most of you may know, hopefully, if you've done your homework, this crowd should know, was the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States military, the top brass at the Department of Defense. In a memo, you can go read this online, it's been declassified, called Operation what? All right, you're my people. Right? I go to homeschool conferences and I get like one guy in the front row. I'm like, okay, we got homework to do, everyone. Okay, Operation Northwoods, right? Again, another example of propaganda, of consent engineering. The engineering of consent. That is the threat in the mind war, that our consent as a people is being engineered. Let's go to the quote, Miranda. I know of no better, at risk of doing reductio ad Hitlerum, we're going to share a Hitler quote again. He says, when an opponent declares, I will not come over to your side, I calmly say, your child belongs to us. What are you? You'll pass on. Your descendants, however, now stand in the new camp. In a short time, they will know nothing else but this new community. And you might say, okay, yeah, but that's the Nazis, right? And did you know, by the way, like one of the early laws they passed was to totally ban homeschooling, and that law continues to this day in Germany? You can get your children taken away from you if you try to homeschool in Germany. So there was clearly a threat to parental rights to capture the minds of the young. And, oh, hey, we're in the land of free, right? This is America. And yet the early architects of the American government school system believed in these ideas. They embraced the Prussian model of education. Horace Mann, for example, said in a very pithy summary of what Hitler said, Horace Mann said, men are like cast iron, children are like wax. It's very hard to change the minds of an adult. I think there's actually strategic wisdom there for what I said earlier, for us trying to spread liberty. Men, adults, are like cast iron. It's very hard to change the minds of an adult. Guys, I have found no better way to change people's minds than to go through those adults to their kids, because then the barriers for the adults, they're, oh, I'm too busy, oh, I already know that, oh, their barriers come down because now it's about empowering their kids, and then the adults are learning alongside them. But people like Horace Mann and Hitler, they targeted the children specifically to focus on their propaganda. Okay, we can go to the black slide next and stay there for a second. Thanks, Miranda. We talked about propaganda. Let's talk about politicians. Did you know that roughly 1% of the global population are psychopaths in a very clinical, only one, right? I know, you'd think, let's round up, it's 5%. These are people who repeatedly lie and deceive to manipulate others for personal gain. That's what we mean by psychopath, right? Now, lots of these people end up in prison, as you might imagine. 20% of the prison population are psychos, which, for obvious reasons. But there is another group of people that is far broader and far bigger than the 1%. And these are called, and I kid you not, almost psychopaths. That's the name that has been given to this group. The former lead director of the FBI's behavioral science unit, he called these people pillar of the community psychopaths. He says if you're trying to, for example, get into politics, being an almost psychopath can really be a positive thing. You can lie, cheat, steal to get what you want, right? This, to me, as someone who runs a think tank and works with politicians, this exemplifies the stereotypical politician. And there's so many examples. For lack of time, I'm only going to share one. Miranda, let's go to our friend W.
If you've retired, you don't have anything to worry about. It's the third time I've said that. I'll probably say it 3 more times. See, in my line of work, you got to keep repeating things over and over and over again for the truth to sink in, to kind of catapult the propaganda.
Okay, do you remember that scene in Star Wars where Padme is like, so this is how liberty dies, with thunderous applause? That's what I think every time I see this, because people are like, oh, he says he has to catapult the propaganda, ha 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 ha, And so many examples. I mean, his dad, right, read my lips, no new taxes, of course, then there's a tax increase. He campaigned on a humble foreign policy, then, of course, all his cronies and the Project for a New American Century and 9/11 and all the empire building. You had Obama, like Corey said in the last hour, saying, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor, over and over and over again. And those who publish truths, right, think of Julian Assange and the like, they're punished. Those who defend it, like our friend Ron Paul, right, he says truth is treason in an empire of lies. And that's precisely because politicians are part of the enemy. They are part of the state. They do not want us to understand truth. It is why truth is now often deemed misinformation. Hannah Arendt is, she's called an expert in totalitarianism. I don't like using that word anymore. For me, COVID just destroyed the term expert. But she's a really smart person who studied a lot about totalitarianism, how totalitarian regimes rise. Remember Michael Novak's quote at the very beginning, that between the state and the individual looms the family, the first line of defense. Interestingly, not the only line of defense against totalitarianism, but the first line of defense. So Hannah Arendt has studied totalitarianism, and she has this quote where she says, "The ideal subject for those who wish to rule," and by subject, she's not talking about history, math, she's talking about an individual who is ruled, right? "The ideal subject for those who wish to rule is people for whom the distinction between fact and fiction no longer exists." So that shows you why truth is branded so often as misinformation, why it is attacked, why truth tellers are attacked. Because it's difficult. Think of it. If you're a dictator for a day, are you going to remain in power and increase your power if the people you are governing are critically minded, historically literate, independent, acting individual, people not unlike this crowd assembled? Of course not, right? You are not easily governed, right? If you are a dictator for a day, you want the exact opposite of that. That is why they have fashioned a schooling system that is designed to produce the opposite of those things. Now, in 1953, at a podium like this, Allen Dulles stood up. He was the first civilian director of the CIA. This is in July 1953. And at this lecture he gave, he warned of a Soviet mind control program that was being launched in the USSR. He said that the aim of this program is to condition the mind so that it no longer reacts on a free will or rational basis, but responds to impulses implanted from the outside. If we are to counter this kind of warfare, we must understand the techniques the Soviet is adopting to control men's minds. The human mind is the most delicate of all instruments. It is so finely adjusted, so susceptible to the impact of outside influences that it is proving a malleable tool in the hands of sinister men. We in the West are somewhat handicapped in brain warfare. It's hard for us to realize that in the great area behind the Iron Curtain, a vast experiment is underway to change men's minds, working on them continuously from youth to old age. The crowd was shocked. Newspaper articles were written, speeches were given. How horrifying, the Soviets are doing all this brain warfare. How are we going to combat this? And yet, on behalf of the politicians he served, John Dulles was completely deceptive, because as the CIA director, he was then overseeing a program that dwarfed anything that the Soviets were doing to try to engage in mind control. Those of you who have done your homework, what's this one called? All right, gold stars for all of you. This is Project MK Ultra. Miranda, let's watch a little clip.
The goal, learn how to control and even reprogram people's minds. The CIA believes LSD might hold the key. Over the next 10 years, the agency doses a cross-section of the American public. Everyone from unwitting housewives to soldiers to even criminals like gangster Whitey Bulger is tested.
You know, what the CIA really dreamed of was sort of like a drug you could give to someone, get them to commit all sorts of unspeakable acts, and they wake up the next day and they don't remember what they've done.
They were looking into brainwashing. They were looking into mind control. They were looking into how they could create what they called Manchurian candidates. They were trying to figure out if they could get people to go out and do things that they would ordinarily not do, like assassination.
So the only reason we actually know anything about this, like a subsequent CIA director ordered the destruction of all records pertaining to MK Ultra. We know probably less than 1% of what they were doing, because stashed in a filing cabinet in another government building, this is where we have to appreciate government inefficiency, that is just randomly stored, was the report of the CIA Inspector General. Now, if you don't know your government roles, the Inspector General, the role of the Inspector General is to provide accountability and oversight. Let's make sure people's rights are being protected, the rules are being followed, we're being transparent, everything is kind of buttoned up. That is, in theory, the role of the Inspector General. In this report by the CIA's Inspector General that survived, from where we derive most of what we know about MKUltra, here is what it said. If we can go to the quote. Precautions must be taken not only to protect operations of MKUltra from exposure to enemy forces, but also to conceal these activities from the American public in general. The knowledge that the CIA is engaging in unethical and illicit activities would have serious repercussions in political and diplomatic circles and would be detrimental to the accomplishment of its mission. The exact opposite of what an Inspector General in theory should do. So, we've talked about propagandists. We know that the politicians are trying to deceive us in order to amass power. Let's now go to the pundits. You probably all heard the smart people in the room about Operation Mockingbird, another CIA program where they basically funded the media and they hired and paid off a bunch of journalists to steer media in the direction that they wanted. In Congress's report, when this was revealed, they said that the CIA currently maintains a network of several hundred foreign individuals around the world who provide intelligence for the CIA and at times attempt to influence opinion through the use of covert propaganda. And you might say, well, yeah, the CIA, like MKUltra and Mockingbird, like they got pretty wild in the 50s and the 60s. We had the Cold War. Like, we don't do anything like that today, right? I mean, today's CIA, we've got Tulsi Gabbard. She's the new director of national intelligence. Everything's fine, right? Land of the free. And yet Leon Panetta, who was the director of the CIA from 2009 to 2011, admitted that the CIA was influencing media outlets to change attitudes within the country. He said that the government did this by paying people to deliver a specific message. You've seen this. We've all seen this, that the media has turned from being a watchdog, right, where they side with the people and hold power to account and shine a spotlight. They've turned from being a watchdog to a lapdog, where now it's broadcasting press releases and shaming you as domestic terrorists and propagandists and disinformationists if you don't toe the line. This is what has happened to the pundits. I love this quote from Seymour Hersh about this. He says that we lie about everything. Lying has become the staple. By we, he means journalists writ large. Our problem in the mind war, for you as individuals and for us as parents, is that the human brain is conditioned to trust. We are conditioned naturally to believe. And so when asked by a pollster in an opinion poll, hey, do you trust the media? Do you trust journalism? Only 23% of individuals, Americans, report that they believe journalists act in the public's best interest. Only 7% said that they have a high level of trust and confidence in the media. And yet, despite telling that to a pollster when they call you on the phone or they text you to get your opinion, oh yeah, I'm skeptical of the media. I'm a libertarian. I know I'm a rational thinker. I don't trust the media. And we would all say stuff like that. And yet in the moment when we see a headline on X, when we see a YouTube video, when we see a whatever, we are conditioned as human beings to naturally trust what we see, especially if it's from an authoritative source. So the story to share here, to show how this works, some of you have heard about this. You remember the Nuremberg trials in the 40s. After the war ended, they put all these Nazi war criminals on trial. And do you remember what their collective defense was? Just following orders. I heard a couple of you say that. Right? Oh, it's just following orders, right? So that didn't work. Most of them are convicted, hanged, whatever. Well, it was like 15, 20 years later, the Mossad captured in Argentina a gentleman by the name of Adolf Eichmann. And he was one of the logistics directors for shuttling all the Jews to the concentration camps and so forth. So he was kind of a high-ranking Jew. They find him in Argentina. They secretly bring him back to Israel. TV is now a thing, right? You've got television stations in homes across the world. And so they put him on trial, but they televise it. And this is a big spectacle because Israel's like, we want the whole world to remember what happened. We don't want them to forget, right? So they do this big spectacle. And one of the people watching the trial was I think he was a Yale professor, Stanford, or one of these Ivy League things. He was a professor of psychology. His name's Stanley Milgram. And he watched Adolf Eichmann give the same response that all of the other Nazis had done. I was just following orders. And Milgram wondered, to what extent are people willing to go to violate their own conscience, to do something that they naturally understand to be wrong, simply because of the trust and the obedience that they are conditioned to give to an authority figure. So he, being a psychologist at a university, concocts an experiment. Miranda, if we can watch the video. As the suspense builds. Okay, here, we might get it. Okay, we can probably pause and I'll just explain it if it doesn't work. Let's just go to the next slide, black, to hang out there. So it's just a little clip talking about, some of you have heard this before, it was an experiment where I would sit down behind a desk with a bunch of switches that would progressively increase the electric shock administered to someone in the next room. And I was assigned to repeat a few words, and then the person in the other room would have to respond with one of those words. And if they were wrong, based on the answer I was given, I would shock them. And then the next question that they got wrong, I would increase the voltage. I would go to the next switch. And what the video showed was actual footage of this experiment where the guy, as he, you hear in the other room, he hits the switch and then he hears, ah! Right? And then like the guy, if I'm sitting there behind the box, I'm getting a little uncomfortable, like what's going on here? Like this person sounds in pain. And pretty soon as the voltage increases, this guy's screaming bloody murder. Let me out of here. I don't want to do this anymore. And so the guy sitting behind the machine turns to the person administering the experiment, guy in a white lab coat, no credentials that the person knows of, no nothing, just guy in a lab coat, that's literally it. And he says, no, it's important that the experiment continue. It is critical. The person has given their consent, you must continue. And so he goes through it, and he's more shocks and more screaming and worse screaming, but pretty soon, no more screaming. Now the person is presumed to be unconscious. So the guy sitting in the machine is like, can we send a doctor in there? Lab coat guy says, it's important to conclude this experiment, you must proceed. What this experiment has found, it's called the Milgram experiment, is that consistently around 2/3 of individuals will administer the final and presumably fatal dose of electricity to someone in the other room they've never met, they don't know, simply because they were commanded to do so by an authority figure, a presumed authority figure. This experiment, by the way, has been replicated across societies, cultures, genders, ages. This is part of the human condition. This is why we and our children in a mind war are so susceptible, because we are conditioned to trust. Okay, so we've talked about the state. We've talked about its subsets. We've got propagandists out there. We've got politicians who want us to believe lies so they gain power. We have pundits who are their ambassadors to share these deceptions and to push them onto us rather than to enlighten us with truth. What then, in the mind war, is our weaponry? What is our armor? How do we survive? How do we thrive, fight back, help others? I go back to the Matrix. I think of Neo. He wakes up, he gets red-pilled. He first has to unlearn what he thought he knew. To me, that's a very symbolic and instructive thing. So often, those of us who are graduates of the public fool system, like I was, you have to unlearn these things, right? Abraham Lincoln's goal was actually not to free the slaves. So-called terrorists don't hate us simply because we're free. Inflation is not a natural or even necessary phenomena. Dropping nuclear bombs on Japan was not actually necessary. Again and again, whatever it is, we have to unlearn the things that we have been told. Because in order to win the mind war, we must deprogram ourselves. We must understand things as they really are, not as we were told that they are to be. Let's go, Miranda, to the next image. Now, when we have unlearned deception, when we're really focused on the truth, we feel often a desire to stand up. You've all seen this photo. Most of you probably don't know the story. This gentleman's name is August Landmesser. And at age 21, he was seeking employment opportunities. It was, very hard to come by, so he ended up joining the Nazi Party and for a job. And 4 years later, he marries Irma Eckler, who was a Jew. He was expelled for doing so from the Nazi Party. And shortly thereafter, I think like 2 weeks, the Germans passed a law banning marriage between Jews and Germans. So they outlawed his marriage. His wife was carried away to a concentration camp, never to be heard from or seen again. This is a shipyard Right over here on your left is a ship that's being like christened or whatever it's called, and a high-ranking Nazi official stands up, and of course you see everyone doing the salute, and here's August right here, he's got his arms folded. What people often don't pay attention to, and I don't know how well you can see it, but you've got this older guy giving him the stink eye, looking down at him like, what's that guy doing, right? He's going to bring some attention on us and cause problems. You've got, where is it? You've got the guy right above him whispering or talking to this guy, presumably the same thing, right? They're getting a little nervous because they don't want the attention coming on them. Miranda, let's go to the next one. You've all seen, of course, our friend Tank Man, and this photo is very famous. We share photos like this on Facebook or whatever, on X, and we're like, oh yeah, we got to stand up for truth, we got to stand up for freedom. And we all like to think that we would be folding our arms, that we would do something like this. Now, what's interesting about this photo, if you go to the next one, Miranda, is that this is what Tank Man was standing up against. Here he is, tiny, like no one ever shares this picture hardly, I don't know why. Here's Tank Man right down here, and what you usually see is this cropped photo right there. This is what the dude was standing up to. Very inspiring to me, very like terrifying. And again, we're like, oh, if only I had that opportunity, I would stand up and I would be Tank Man. Let's go to the next one. Some of you may remember a couple years ago, 13-year-old Jaden. Yeah, give it up for Jaden, right? For those of you who don't know the story, he had a Gadsden flag patch on his backpack. The teacher said that it was racist, ordered him to take it off. He goes to the principal's office where he's commanded to do the same thing. He refuses. He had been reading Tuttle Twins books for 4 years. This kid knew his stuff. Go Jaden, right? This is the vice principal who, by the way, after we brought this to attention, it went like mega viral. She lost 15 pounds from all the stress, poor lady. And so Jaden sits down right here. This is the stroller, so mom is over here. She's secretly recording this whole interaction, and so then she shares the video with me. She's like, oh, Jaden wants to stand up for himself. What do we do? And literally, I should have brought the photo. He gets kicked out of school. They're driving home. Jaden says to his mom, Mom, in the Tuttle Twins and the food truck fiasco, when they had a problem with the government, they got the media involved. Do you think we could get the media involved? What's that scripture, like a proverb, like train up a child in the way they shall go and they'll never depart from it or whatever? So mom, again, to her credit, detours, no longer going home. They go over to the local NBC affiliate station. She sent me this photo later. Jaden gets out the car. He goes up to the door. It's got like the security camera, doorbell stuff on it. He rings the doorbell, and the receptionist gal or security is like, yes, can I help you? He shares his story, and he says, can I talk to a reporter? Will someone come out and talk to me? And, nobody did. And so that night is when the mom messaged me, shares the video. We post it in the morning. It goes mega viral. Now, if a 13-year-old kid can stand up for truth, I submit to you that we all can. And yet, we find ourselves so often sitting down rather than standing up in a mind war. Why? Think of the photo with August Landmesser. He's folding his arms and everyone around him is getting nervous. When you stand up in a sit-down world, you get the arrows in your back. And that's not comfortable for a lot of people. It attracts attention. Let's go to the next slide, Miranda. Next one. Okay, so I want to talk briefly about Alexander Solzhenitsyn, because the story here is very relevant. He's forcibly exiled by the Soviets after he wrote the Gulag Archipelago, where he shined a spotlight into their penal system, where he had been imprisoned for being critical of Joseph Stalin. And so they expel him to the West because he's made such a name for himself that they can't just kill him, otherwise that will cause all kinds of diplomatic problems for them. So they expel him, and the night before he gets kicked out of the Soviet Union, he publishes a final message to his countrymen titled, Live Not by Lies. There's a fantastic book in past years written by this name and a movie coming out with Angel Studios, or a documentary about it here shortly. But the title of his address was Live Not by Lies. It was a powerful call to action and a plea to stand up for truth. Here's just a portion of what he said. It is not every day and not on every shoulder that violence brings down its heavy hand. It demands of us only a submission to lies, a daily participation in deceit, and this suffices as our fealty. And therein we find, neglected by us, the simplest, the most accessible key to our liberation, a personal non-participation in lies. Even if all is covered by lies, even if all is under their rule, let us resist in the smallest way. Let their rule hold not through me. We are not called upon to step out onto the square and shout out the truth, to say out loud what we think. This is scary. We're not ready. But let us at least refuse to say what we do not think. I think that is powerful. Live not by lies. Do not embrace deception. Stand up for the truth. When I think of folks standing up for the truth, I think of, Miranda, if we can go to the next one, the White Rose Society. This is Sophie Scholl. Her dad was arrested for calling Hitler a divine scourge. She and her brother on the left were members of the Hitler Youth. They got very disillusioned. They leave Hitler Youth. They start a group that they call the White Rose Society when they're in college. They wrote a bunch of pamphlets talking about the treachery of Hitler. She's age 16 when she gets arrested by the Gestapo. Here is a brief quote from one of their pamphlets. Why is the German nation behaving so apathetically in the face of all these most abominable, most degrading crimes? Hardly anyone even gives them a second thought. The facts are accepted as just that and filed away. And one more time, the German nation slumbers on its indifferent and foolish sleep and gives these criminals courage and opportunity to rage on, which, of course, they do. Each individual wishes to be acquitted of his complicity. Everyone does so, then lies back down to sleep with a calm, clear conscience. But he may not acquit himself. Everyone is guilty, guilty, guilty. Next slide, Miranda. So they get hauled off to court. They get caught. They go to the kangaroo court where they're just convicting all the political prisoners of their alleged crimes. As the judges, so-called, are talking, they stand up. Sophie stands up. She says, somebody had to make a start. What we said and wrote are what many people are thinking. They just don't say it out loud. Now, I don't think things are as bad for us. I don't think we face threats like this. At most, it's cancel culture, right? It's peer pressure. It's being disowned by a family member. For us to stand up and speak out in the mind war, I believe one of the greatest tools that we have is one another. There is strength in numbers. Miranda, let's go to the next slide, and I'm going to share a little goofy... let's see if it'll load. Turn the volume way down. Down. Okay, yeah. Just a little bit of sound would be great. I tried to, because I want to talk through it. So we got this kid awkwardly dancing, right? And he's got someone who comes up and joins him. Everyone, the person filming this, as you might imagine, they're thinking like, this guy's really goofy. Now these two guys are goofy. You can turn it up just barely so we can hear the music. Okay, so they're having fun. A lot of time is going by. It's still awkward. This is in Portland, as you might imagine. It could be in Lancaster as well. I've seen some of you dancing out here. They look like libertarians, don't they? All right, we got a third guy. He's cautiously coming to join. Oh, we got a fourth and a fifth. 6, 7, a little more courage. Okay. We got a little nucleus forming, right? Now we got a few more people standing up. We got a guy running. He's got FOMO. Wait for me. Hang on, I gotta join. Now the cool kids are joining. All right, we can go to the next slide. Okay, so I share that because I think there's a lesson there. It is hard to stand up. It is hard to speak out. It's hard to be August Landmesser and have the arrows in our back. But it's critical that we do so, if nothing else, to give courage to others. I'm going to end with a final story. We're here celebrating, tasting the revolution. Well, there was one revolution that left a bitter taste in people's mouths, and it was the Hungarian Revolution. The Soviets in Hungary had left only the tiniest tanks, the less experienced soldiers, because Hungary wasn't really a threat. And some Hungarian teenagers and young adults started throwing Molotov cocktails one day. They got so frustrated, and the one person did it, led to a second person, led to 4 and 5 and 10 and 15, not unlike this. And pretty soon, a bunch of young people in Hungary had kicked out the Soviets. These young soldiers didn't know, are we allowed to shoot? Should we fight back? The tanks are blowing up because they're not the sturdy ones. And so pretty soon, the Hungarians are free. They take over the Seoul radio station. They start broadcasting messages of peace. They start talking about a provisional government. They start trying to organize amongst themselves and figure out, what do we do? We've kicked out the Soviets. Let's organize. Let's figure out how to fight for freedom. And then the empire struck back. And the Soviets sent back the bigger, stronger tanks. And they sent in way more troops that had more experience. And they crushed the Hungarian rebellion. And when they did so, thousands of families decided, our prospects are glim, we were hoping for our country, let's get out of Dodge. They crossed the bridge at Andau into Austria, where there's a bunch of journalists and others trying to document the experiences of all these families. One family, the Hadjock family, crossed the bridge with their 2 kids, 13-year-old Vera and her younger brother. And as the journalist was talking with the Hadjock family, 13-year-old Vera kept interjecting with her own answers to their questions, trying to understand, why are you doing this? Why did you make this decision? What was it like? What was going on? And 13-year-old Vera keeps interjecting, and she says, I was so fed up in the schools, they were feeding us with lies. They were helping us, they were trying to brainwash us. And the interviewers are actually really taken by 13-year-old Vera. Why? Because as they told Mrs. Hadjock, the mom, all the other kids that they tried talking to, or the kids in the families where they're talking to the adults, had sunken eyes, they're looking at the ground, they can't make eye contact, they aren't able to answer questions from the journalists. So they ask Mrs. Hadjock, why is it that your 13-year-old daughter is talking to us, number one, but talking in this way? Mrs. Hadjock's reply was that every night after the lights would go out, we would take our children down into the cellar, we would light a candle, we would read the Bible, and we would cleanse our children's minds of the filth that had been put in them that day. I submit to you, applause for Mrs. Hadjock. I submit to you that if we want to win the mind war, if we want to not only survive, but thrive, it is going to take the same level of intentionality from us, that we and our children are susceptible, our minds are naturally conditioned to trust. Propaganda is far more pervasive than it ever was before. It is going to require us to be intentional. We can survive the mind war, but for ourselves and our children, it is going to take daily acts of courage to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Connor Boyack. All right, we're gonna have a little bit of setup for our musical act with Jordan Page, and then while we're setting up, we got a few good things that'll go on the screen.
Tendrás cenizo el pelo, pero serás más hermosa. Tendrás cenizo el pelo, pero serás más hermosa. En la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, cuando llegará, cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, cuando llegará, cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, cuando llegará, cuando llegará. En la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, en la Candelaria cuando llegará, cuando llegará, cuando llegará.
Hi, nice to meet you. Hi.
Yeah, it just takes a second to warm up.
As fiat fuels endless wars, runaway inflation, and a cost of living crisis, we are robbed of our time and pushed to the brink of civilizational collapse. This wealth extraction is bleeding our world dry. Bitcoin is our escape hatch, a foundation of economic freedom that gives us our lives back, but only if we use it.
Not your keys, not your coins. We all know the saying, but this could not be more relevant than today. Nova Sapien aims to accelerate Bitcoin adoption across the world with Bitcoin self-custody best practices, kits and materials, and wallet recovery. Last year, we were able to recover a life-changing amount of Bitcoin from one of our very own porcupines. This year, we're here to support you all again. Come down to RV90 and join us for all things Bitcoin.
Test
Fix
1,
the
2,
money,
3.
fix the world.
No, that's okay. Can I get some more vocal? Test 1, 2, 3. I have no vocal in the monitor yet. Test 1, 2, 3. There it is. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, we're getting ready to get started with Jordan Page.
Thank you, my friends. Little feedback issue. We good? Okay. Can you guys hear this? Okay. So 2 years ago, I sang this song on this stage for my friend Lynn with all of you. And this is how it goes. Whoa, 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 free Ross, whoa, 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 free Ross. I want to hear everybody singing this. Here we go. Well, is there anywhere on earth where a man can still be free? Will he bear the weight alone, or will he have to bend the knee? Is there no one in this land who grows tired of the game, where the wicked gather stones and build up prisons in our name? There's a story that you've heard before. It's been told in every age of a gentle soul misplaced inside a cage. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Free Ross, whoa, whoa, whoa. Free Ross. An artist and philosopher, embattled by the steel of a cell designed to force all men to kneel. But he's patient and determined in his endless duel with time, in a sentence unbefitting of his crime. Will you bend your ear to listen? Will you turn your face to see the injustice staring back at you and me? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Free Ross, whoa. Whoa, whoa, Free Ross. He stands in the present. Well, looking back, he sees the boy he was is gone. And there's no pretending, living day to day in death he carries on. Whoa, Lord. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Free Ross, whoa, whoa, whoa. Free Ross. There's a fire inside that burns in you and me, and the truth denied is what will set him free. And the years went by like strangers in a dream, and the reasons why are more than what they seem. Well, I'm awake tonight, and your spirit spoke to me. I can't be polite. We set Ross Ulbricht free. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Free Ross, whoa, whoa, whoa. Free Ross. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Jordan Page. All right, now I have the privilege to be the person who introduces the person who will introduce our, our guest of honor today. You know, this has been a long time coming, and we're so glad to be joined today by Ross and his wife, Caroline, and Lynn, and so many faces of so many people who have contributed here at PorcFest and through efforts around the country over the course of the last decade plus to make this moment possible. Thank you to everyone who has here at PorcFest or otherwise been a part of that. I know there have been so many efforts to gather signatures and raise a ruckus. I personally enjoyed confronting Joe Biden about it at one point, and he didn't listen like the current guy did. So Ross, we're so glad to have you and your family here. And one person who's also helped make a difference through her leadership here with the Free State Movement and helping to produce many years of PorcFest and helping to build Welcome Home for Lynn and for the Free Ross movement is the chairman of our board of directors with the Free State Project, who I'd like to welcome to the stage right now, Carla Garrick.
Hi, guys. Everyone's going to be so impressed I actually wrote a speech. This is my first time ever not winging it at PorcFest. That's how important Ross is. To me, this is a dream come true, I'm sure for many other people as well. So, my friends, porcupines, seekers of truth and liberty, my Free Staters of New Hampshire. It is with a full and open heart that I welcome you to this historic moment, because today, under these ancient pine trees of New Hampshire, something extraordinary is happening. We are gathered here to witness the return of a man who has become a symbol of principled defiance, of visionary thinking, and of the crushing cost of standing against the empire. Today, we welcome Ross Ulbricht, not as a prisoner, not as a martyr, but as a free man. Ross was sentenced in 2015 to 2 life sentences plus 40 years, no parole, for building a website, a peaceful marketplace grounded in the non-aggression principle and voluntary exchange, a website that dared to challenge the state's monopoly on permission, a website that said, you don't need to be afraid to be free. They threw everything at him, but he never gave up. His family never gave up. His mother never gave up. Stand up. And of course, we're so lucky to have his beautiful wife, Caroline, here for the first time at PorcFest, but I certainly hope not the last time. Not only did Lynn never give up, but we never gave up. The Free Staters of New Hampshire never gave up on Ross. And then in January this year, President Trump, with President Trump's return to office, justice was finally done. Ross received a full and unconditional pardon, and he walked out of prison into the sunlight holding a plant. The image of that picture hit me like lightning because when I was 10 years old, I was sent to boarding school in apartheid South Africa. On the day I left home, my father gave me a potted plant, a symbol of something to nurture, something alive, something that would outlast the pain of separation. When I immigrated to America at the age of 26, I gave that plant back to him. He planted this most thunderous Free Stater welcome to our brother in liberty, the digital dissident, and the gardener of hope, Ross Ulbricht. All right, I don't want to step on these lines, but I have two other things to do. One is I want to extend a lifetime membership from the Quill, which is our oldest and biggest clubhouse in Manchester. We're giving and thrilled to give both you and Lynn lifetime memberships to the club. And a small reminder, because I would be remiss if I didn't say it, please keep all the other crypto hostages and prisoners of war in your heart. Free Ian, free Roger, we can do it!
Hello. So, got here today. My heart is overflowing right now. It's just so much love that I have received today from this community. It's, yeah. I love you guys. Jordan, that was such a beautiful moment, and man, it all came full circle. You got to edit those lyrics and say, you know, we freed Ross, and man, amazing, amazing. Can't believe this is happening right now. Another highlight from the day, the Silk Road path. That is so cool. Got to walk down that thing and like, you guys get it, you know, there it is. Yeah, Carla, Eric, thank you for your remarks. Carla was talking about the plant that I left out of prison with. Who knows about Leif Erikson? Leif Erikson is from here, probably about that tall right now. It's incredible, he's just thriving. Barely clung to life on the windowsill of my prison cell for many, many months. But y'all liberated me and I liberated Leif while I was at it. So we go way back, even though we're meeting for the first time, we go way back because, you know, when I got arrested all those years ago, it just turned my life upside down, and it turned my family's life upside down. And, you know, I think a lot of people didn't know what to make of it. You know, there was a lot of slander going on. You know, they try you in the court of public opinion before they try you in the court of law, and so people didn't know what to think. But my mother knew me, and she got out there and started talking to people, and the most receptive ears that she found were right here in PorcFest. And that was early on, you know. You were our first kernel of support. It started here. It started to grow into a movement here. Every time my mom would get back from PorcFest, she would say, "Oh, I got love bombed again." And that meant so much because she needed that, and I needed her. I needed you, and you were there for me. And you've been there for me the whole time, all the way up till now. And somewhere along the way, maybe 2014 or 15 or so, my wonderful wife Caroline showed up. And most of you haven't met her. You know my mom because she's been coming here. She's fearlessly got in front of the cameras, got in front of the spotlight, and started standing for me. When Caroline came in to help, she was behind the scenes. She was crafting the message. She's a project manager by trade, so just organized the whole thing, took it up a level, and just started like really making it like we're fighting back. We're fighting back against this narrative that is keeping me in a cage. And it's the weirdest thing because before I got put in prison, I kind of prided myself on, I don't care what people think of me. I know who I am, and if they don't like me, well, their problem, right? But in prison, what people thought of me was like determining my whole future. I couldn't get out because people thought, well, yeah, maybe he's a bad guy. I've heard some bad stuff. So getting the truth out there, getting the right message out there so that people know who I am made all the difference. But just to bring it back, you guys never abandoned me. You never doubted me. You were there the whole time, like no one else. And I just thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So, who was here at PorcFest 2017? Wow, a lot of regulars. Okay. Well, you're going to get a repeat performance. I apologize in advance. But I brought with me a letter that I wrote you that year that I believe my mom read for you. I just want to read it again because I feel like it brings everything full circle and just puts it in perspective where I was then when you were supporting me and now the result of all that support, me being free on this stage. So this was June 8th, 2017. Hey, PorcFest. I got some bad news recently. It looks like the feds want to hold on to me a little longer. So I can't be there with you this year again. Mostly, I want you to know that while the ruling was disappointing, just an aside, this was the appeal, it's not discouraging. I've not given up on freedom. Sorry. I haven't used technology in like almost 12 years. So, come help me. Okay, so the ruling was a court ruling for my appeal. So it's not discouraging. I've not given up on freedom and hold out hope that the Supreme Court, a presidential pardon, or some other legal avenue will right the wrong that's been done to me. Someday, whether it's because I've finally been vindicated or because there's no recourse left, I'll tell my side of the Silk Road story and set the record straight. Your faith in me and all of your support in the meantime is truly inspiring. I draw strength from you daily and find the will to keep fighting. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, once said, "It's not events themselves that disturb people, but only their judgments about them." When the appellate court affirmed my conviction, all that actually happened was some men wrote some words down. No one died. The next day was largely the same as the one before it. Life goes on. Our only choice is how to live this day and then the next. Whatever difficulties you face right now, put aside your judgments about them and live what life you have to the fullest. Our days are too short and precious to waste. All my love, Ross. So I was back in 2017, and there's something I learned about freedom and liberty while I was in there. Because before I went to prison and before I made Silk Road, my focus was on what I'll call to be free from, the coercion of a oppressive government or just other people forcing you to behave some way that you don't want to when you're not hurting anyone else. That's political freedom, and it's important, obviously. But there's another kind of freedom that I'll call personal freedom. And what I realized in prison is that even if I had all the political freedom that I wanted, and I was truly, truly free, I could still be a prisoner. I could be a prisoner in my mind and in my heart, and the bars, and the lockdowns, and the bossy guards, and all the rest. But eventually I saw that this is not helping. Resisting what had happened to me was draining me. They took my body, but I was giving them my mind. You understand what I'm saying? So I took my mind back. I said, I get to choose how my day goes. I'm going to, yeah. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Even in those circumstances I was in, I had choices. And the more I could get more choices, the more I could decide for myself how things were going to go, the more freedom I had. That's freedom, having those choices. If my day is going to be miserable because all I'm looking at is miserable people and gray concrete and everything's hard and everything's hot and everything sucks, well, then that's the only option. My desire was freedom. My desire was freedom, physical freedom, political freedom. I want out of the cage, right? And not getting what I wanted. Hitting up against